It was Christmas Eve in the small town of Cedar Hollow, a place where everyone knew each other, and the streets were lined with snow-covered pines. The Thompson family was preparing for what was supposed to be a warm and joyful holiday. Mark Thompson had recently lost his job, and his wife, Karen, had been working extra shifts at the diner to make ends meet. But they insisted this Christmas would be different. Their two children, Emily, 10, and Jake, 7, had been counting down the days for weeks. The family had decided to stay home that night. Snow was falling heavily, thick and relentless, blanketing the streets and turning the town into a silent, frozen world. The warm glow from their living room, lit by the Christmas tree and the fireplace, made it seem like a haven against the storm outside. They were laughing, eating cookies, and sipping cocoa when the first odd thing happened. The power flickered. It went out for a brief moment and then back on. Karen thought it was just the storm, but Mark frowned. "Did anyone else hear that?" he asked. There was a faint scratching, almost like fingernails dragging across wood, coming from the attic. Emily and Jake perked up, glancing at each other nervously. "Probably just the wind," Karen said, forcing a smile. But the scratching continued, slow and deliberate, echoing through the ceiling. Mark grabbed a flashlight and decided to investigate. He climbed the narrow attic stairs, each creak making his heart race. The attic was dark and dusty, filled with old Christmas decorations and boxes of forgotten belongings. The scratching had stopped, but now there was another sound, a faint breathing, shallow and ragged. "Hello?" Mark called, shining the flashlight around. There was nothing, just shadows stretching across the walls. He laughed nervously at himself, thinking the storm and stress were making him imagine things. He descended the stairs and tried to shrug it off, but the sense of unease had already settled in. Later that evening, the children were in bed, and Mark and Karen sat by the fireplace, trying to relax. That's when the phone rang. They had no caller ID, just a ringing that seemed to vibrate through the whole house. Mark answered. "Hello?" he said. Silence, except for a faint, raspy whisper. Then the line went dead. Karen's eyes widened. "That wasn't anyone we know, was it?" "No," Mark said, gripping the phone tightly. "Must be the storm affecting the lines." They tried to laugh, but the unease lingered. Around midnight, as they were preparing to open presents, they heard it again, the scratching. This time it was downstairs, near the front door. Mark cautiously went to check, and what he saw made his blood run cold. The front door, which was locked tight, had scratches etched deep into the wood, jagged and chaotic, and standing outside in the snow was a figure. It was tall, unnaturally thin, wearing a tattered black coat, and its face was hidden in shadows. It didn't move closer, didn't call out, it just stared, an impossibly still presence against the white storm. Who are you?" Mark called out, his voice shaking. The figure didn't respond. Then, without warning, it vanished into the blizzard. Karen grabbed his arm. "Call the police," she said. But when Mark tried, the phone was dead. No dial tone, nothing. The children woke up crying. Emily said she had seen the figure in her bedroom window, and Jake claimed it had whispered his name. Mark and Karen tried to calm them, but the house suddenly felt different, heavier, darker, as if something had entered and refused to leave. Then came the knocking, slow, deliberate, like someone was pounding on the walls themselves. It moved from the front door to the back, then to the windows. The family huddled together, fear gripping them. Mark tried to convince himself it was vandals or someone lost in the storm, but there was a sense to the knocking that felt alive, intelligent, personal. Suddenly, the Christmas tree lights flickered, and the ornaments began to sway even though there was no breeze. A low, guttural whisper filled the room. "Come, come," it said. It said, echoing off the walls. The children screamed, and Karen clutched them to her chest. Mark ran to the attic, thinking maybe it had come from there. As he opened the door, he froze. The entire floor was covered in footprints, not human footprints, but long, thin impressions that seemed burned into the dust. They led from the corner of the attic to the window and then vanished. And written in the dust were words, "He waits." The storm outside had intensified. Snow slammed against the windows, wind howling like a living thing. The figure appeared again at the front window, closer this time. It raised an arm pointing directly at the family. The air grew icy and their breaths fogged as if the room itself had turned into a freezer. Karen screamed. "Mark, what do we do?" "I don't know," he admitted. But then Emily spoke up. He wants the watch. Mark and Karen looked at her, confused. What watch? Emily held up a small pocket watch she had found in the attic earlier that day. It had belonged to their great-grandfather and had been missing for decades. Somehow, Emily had found it in a dusty box. The figure outside froze, its head tilting slightly, as if acknowledging the watch. Mark grabbed the watch from Emily. The moment his hand touched it, the whispering stopped. The figure disappeared. The house returned to normal. The lights stopped flickering, the knocking ceased, and the warmth of the fireplace returned. The family stayed awake all night, clutching the watch, too afraid to sleep. The next morning, they went outside. The snow had covered all evidence of the previous night's terror, but there were footprints leading away from the house, long and thin, melting into the drifts. The watch, however, remained in Mark's hand, ticking backwards, slowly. Years passed, but the memory of that Christmas Eve never left them. They moved to another town, far from Cedar Hollow, but every year when the snow fell on Christmas Eve, Mark would find the watch had moved slightly closer to him. Emily and Jake reported seeing shadows moving across their new home, whispers echoing through the halls, and always the feeling of being watched. One Christmas, long after Mark and Karen had grown old, the family gathered in the living room, the fire crackling and snow falling outside. Emily, now grown with children of her own, noticed the pocket watch ticking normally for the first time in decades. Relief washed over her, but then she looked out the window. In the distance, a dark figure stood at the edge of the forest, watching, thin, black, and impossibly still. And in that moment, Emily understood. They were never safe. That presence, whatever it was, would return every Christmas Eve, waiting for the watch, waiting for the family, waiting for the next victim. No one in Cedar Hollow ever talked about it openly, but the locals who had lived there for generations whispered stories of a black figure that came with snowstorms, that prowled homes when families were gathered, and that disappeared with the first light of Christmas morning. Some claimed it was a spirit of someone wronged long ago. Others said it was a demon that fed on fear and familial bonds. But everyone agreed on one thing. If you saw it, if it came to your window or scratched at your door, nothing would ever be the same. And so, in homes across Cedar Hollow and towns like it, families would huddle together on snowy Christmas Eves, checking locks, checking windows, holding children close, and praying that the shadow never came to them. But deep down, they all knew. Wherever warmth, joy, and family gathered on Christmas, something waited in the darkness, patient and eternal. The Thompson family never celebrated Christmas the same way again. The snowstorms were a reminder, the ticking of the old pocket watch a warning, and the whispers in the night a promise. Some Christmases are never safe, and some shadows never leave. Story the end. The first snow of that December came down heavy and wet, the kind that stuck to your boots and soaked your jeans before you realized how cold you were. I remember that because I had to shovel the driveway twice that morning, once before work and once after I got home. The house was quiet except for the hum of the old furnace and the ticking of the clock above the stove. My wife, Ellen, was already at the hospital for her shift, and our daughter, Megan, was staying late at school for choir practice. Christmas lights blinked in the front window, red and green reflecting off the glass like tired eyes. I'd lived in that house in rural Pennsylvania my entire life. My parents bought it in the early 70s, and when they died, Ellen and I moved in with Megan. It was old but solid, with a basement that smelled like damp concrete and a narrow staircase that creaked no matter how carefully you stepped. Every Christmas, we put the tree in the same corner of the living room, right next to the window facing the road. You could see the headlights of passing cars through the branches, like ghosts sliding by. That year felt off from the start. Maybe it was the weather, or the way the days seemed shorter than usual, but there was a heaviness in the house that I couldn't shake. Small things went missing. Keys left on the counter that vanished by morning, ornaments we'd had for years that didn't show up when we decorated the tree. Ellen joked that the house was finally claiming its toll, but she laughed too hard when she said it. The first night I heard the bells was December 12th. I was half asleep on the couch, the TV still on low, when a soft jingling sound cut through the noise. At first I thought it was the wind rattling the old decorations on the porch, but it was wrong somehow. too deliberate, like someone shaking a handful of sleigh bells, slowly, testing the sound. I sat up and muted the TV. The noise stopped immediately. I checked the front door, the back door, even the basement, expecting to find a raccoon or maybe a neighbor playing a prank. There was nothing. Snow lay untouched on the porch, smooth and unbroken. I told myself it was just my imagination, the house settling, nerves stretched thin by the holidays. The next day, Megan came home quieter than usual. She hung her coat on the hook by the door and stared at the tree for a long moment before speaking. "Dad," she said, "did you go into my room last night?" "No," I said. "Why?" She shrugged, but I saw her hands tremble. "My stocking was on my bed when I woke up." "That's weird," I said, forcing a smile. "Maybe you moved it and forgot." She shook her head. "I didn't." We left it at that. Kids imagine things, I told myself. She was 16, stressed about school and choir concerts. Still, when I went upstairs later, I noticed her stocking hanging crookedly on the banister, like someone had put it back in a hurry. The bells came again 2 nights later, louder this time, closer. Ellen heard them too. She woke me up, her fingers digging into my arm. "Do you hear that?" she whispered. The sound drifted down the hallway, slow and rhythmic. Jingle, pause, jingle, pause. I grabbed the baseball bat from under the bed and crept toward the stairs. Each step groaned under my weight, the noise echoing in the quiet house. The bells stopped when I reached the bottom. The living room was dark except for the glow of the tree lights. Shadows twisted across the walls, branches stretching like clawed hands. There was nothing there. We didn't call the police. What would we say? That we heard bells in the middle of the night? Ellen laughed it off the next morning, but I caught her locking the bedroom door before bed after that. Things escalated quickly after that. On December 18th, Ellen came home from work pale and shaken. She sat at the kitchen table, staring at nothing, her coffee untouched. "What happened?" I asked. She swallowed hard. "One of my patients died today. Old man, heart failure. His name was Thomas." "So," I said gently. "So," she said, her voice dropping to a whisper. "He was wearing a red sweater with bells sewn onto it. He kept telling the nurses that Santa was coming for him, over and over again." I tried to reassure her, but the image stuck with me. That night, I dreamed of bells filling my mouth, choking me as I tried to scream. 3 days before Christmas, Megan didn't come home from school. Her phone went straight to voicemail. Ellen and I drove the route between the school and our house twice, panic rising with every mile. We called the police, filed a report, answered questions we barely understood. They found her shoes first, neatly placed on the side of the road about a mile from our house. No footprints in the snow around them. Just the shoes, toes pointing toward the woods. The search lasted all night and into the next day. Dogs, volunteers, flashing lights cutting through the trees. I stood with Ellen at the edge of the woods, numb, listening to the distant shouts. Every time the wind moved through the branches, I thought I heard bells. They found Megan's body on Christmas Eve. She was sitting against a tree, her hands folded in her lap like she was waiting for someone. There were no signs of struggle, no tracks leading to or from her, just smooth, untouched snow. Around her neck was a length of red ribbon, tied into a neat bow with a small cluster of bells hanging from it. The police called it a homicide, but they had no suspects, no evidence, no explanation for how she got there or why. The bells were the only thing that made sense to anyone, and they made no sense at all. We buried Megan 2 days later. The town showed up in force, casseroles and condolences blurring together into a dull ache. Someone hung a wreath with bells on the church door, and I nearly tore it down with my bare hands. After the funeral, Ellen refused to come home. She said the house felt wrong, like it was watching her. She stayed with her sister. I told her I needed time alone, that I'd join her soon. The truth was, I couldn't leave. The house felt like the only place where Megan was still close. Christmas night, I sat alone in the living room, the tree still lit, presents untouched beneath it. Outside, snow fell steadily, muffling the world. The clock ticked toward midnight. The bells started at 11:47. This time, there was no mistaking them. They rang from the basement, loud and insistent, echoing up through the floorboards. I stood frozen, every instinct screaming at me to run. Instead, I picked up the bat and headed for the basement door. The air grew colder with each step down the stairs, my breath fogging in front of me. The single bulb at the bottom flickered, casting long, twitching shadows across the walls. The bells grew louder, faster, like laughter. At the bottom of the stairs stood a figure in red. It was tall, impossibly so, its shoulders brushing the beams above. The red suit was old and stained, the white trim yellowed with age. A beard hung from its face, matted and dark, obscuring everything but two black, empty eyes. Bells were sewn into the fabric, dozens of them, all ringing at once. "You've been very good," it said, its voice low and wet, like something crawling out of a drain. I tried to swing the bat, but my arms wouldn't move. My body felt heavy, pinned in place by its gaze. "Your daughter," it continued, stepping closer. The floorboards creaked under its weight. She was a gift, so pure, so quiet. I screamed then, the sound tearing out of my throat. The lights went out, plunging the basement into darkness. The bells rang louder than ever, filling my head, my chest, my soul. I don't remember much after that. The police say a neighbor heard screaming and called it in. They found me unconscious at the bottom of the basement stairs, clutching a length of red ribbon with bells attached. There was no sign of anyone else. They ruled it a breakdown. Grief-induced psychosis. The house was sold, the contents cleared out. Ellen divorced me and moved away. I spent months in a hospital trying to convince doctors that what I saw was real. Every Christmas since, I hear bells. Sometimes it's on the street, a passing car with decorations. Sometimes it's in a store, a charity volunteer ringing for donations. But sometimes, late at night, when the world is quiet and the snow falls just right, I hear them close by. Slow, deliberate, waiting. Story the end. The first Christmas after my divorce was supposed to be quiet. That was the word everyone kept using when they heard I'd be alone in the house for the holidays. Quiet like a blessing. Quiet like a clean slate. I believed it too when I packed up my things and drove north to my grandfather's old place in rural Pennsylvania, a farmhouse that had been empty since his death 3 years earlier. Snow was already piling along the sides of the road, thick and heavy, the kind that muffles sound and makes the world feel smaller than it is. The house sat at the end of a long gravel drive, half hidden by bare oak trees that clawed at the sky. Grandpa had built it himself in the late 1950s, and it hadn't changed much since then. The porch sagged in places and the paint peeled in long strips, but the structure was solid. He'd raised 4 kids there, survived winters worse than anything the news talked about now. I told myself that if the house could endure, so could I. Inside, the air smelled like old wood and dust. I turned on the heat, listened to the pipes complain, and started unpacking. I brought only what I needed: clothes, groceries, a few boxes of decorations I couldn't bring myself to throw out. Christmas had always mattered to Grandpa. Even after Grandma died, he'd still put up a tree, still hang a wreath on the door, still play the same warped Bing Crosby record every year. Letting the house sit empty over Christmas felt wrong. The first night passed without incident. The wind howled outside, rattling the windows, but I slept deeply for the first time in months. It wasn't until the second evening that things began to feel off. I was in the kitchen making chili when I heard the bell. A soft, metallic jingle, unmistakable. I froze, spoon halfway to my mouth. Grandpa had installed a bell on the back door decades ago, an old brass thing tied to the handle with twine. He said it was so he'd know when someone came in without knocking. I remembered the sound well. The bell rang again. I set the spoon down slowly and walked to the back of the house. The door was closed, locked from the inside. The bell hung motionless. No wind could have reached it. The door was sealed tight. I told myself it was the house settling, the twine brushing the metal somehow. Old places make noises. Everyone knows that. That night, I dreamed of the living room filled with pine needles. They covered the floor like green snow, and when I tried to walk, my feet sank into them, releasing the sharp, clean smell of sap. Somewhere in the house, a man hummed a Christmas carol, his voice low and off-key. I woke with the tune still in my head and the unsettling sense that I wasn't alone. The next day, I decided to put up the tree. It was artificial, stored in the basement, its branches stiff and dusty. Decorating helped. Each ornament I unwrapped brought back memories. Grandpa lifting me up to place the star, Grandma's handwritten tags, the cracked glass bulb I'd once dropped and glued back together. By evening, the living room glowed with soft, colored lights, and for a while, the house felt warm again. I was sitting on the couch, sipping a beer and staring at the tree when I noticed something wrong. Beneath the branches, among the wrapped boxes I'd placed earlier, sat a small package I didn't recognize. Brown paper, tied with red string, no tag. I was certain it hadn't been there before. My heart thudded as I leaned forward. The paper was rough, the knot tight. Inside was a single ornament, a little wooden figurine carved into the shape of a man in a long coat and hat, his face hidden beneath the brim. The craftsmanship was crude but deliberate. I'd never seen it before. I checked every box, every decoration I'd brought. It wasn't mine. That night, the bell rang again. This time, it was louder, more insistent. I grabbed a flashlight and opened the back door, the cold air slapping my face. Snow lay undisturbed across the porch and yard. No footprints, no movement. I locked the door and slid a chair beneath the handle, my pulse racing. Sleep didn't come easily. When it did, it was shallow and filled with strange sounds, the creak of floorboards, the rustle of branches inside the walls, the faint jingle of a bell. On December 23rd, I found the footprints. They circled the house, deep impressions in the fresh snow, each step measured and deliberate. Boots, large, the tread unfamiliar. They stopped at every window, lingered there, then continued on. At the back door, the prints faced inward, close enough that whoever made them would have been standing right against the glass. I called the local sheriff. He arrived an hour later, a middle-aged man with tired eyes who looked like he'd seen too many quiet places hide ugly things. He examined the prints, frowned, and shrugged. "Probably some kids," he said. "Messing around happens this time of year." "Kids don't leave footprints like that," I said, "and they didn't go anywhere after." He looked at me for a long moment, then softened his tone. "You're under a lot of stress. Being alone out here doesn't help. Lock your doors. Call if it happens again." After he left, I stood in the yard, staring at the tracks until the cold numbed my feet. They were already filling with snow, disappearing. That evening, the power went out. The lights died mid-blink, plunging the house into darkness. The tree went black. The silence that followed felt heavy, pressing in on my ears. I lit candles, their flames throwing long, warped shadows across the walls. The house seemed to breathe, each groan and pop amplified. That was when I heard the footsteps upstairs. Slow. Careful. Moving from room to room. I shouted, my voice cracking, and grabbed the fireplace poker. The steps continued, unhurried, until they stopped directly above the living room. A pause. Then the soft scrape of something heavy being dragged across the floor. I ran outside into the snow, barefoot, screaming for help until my throat burned. No lights came on, no doors opened. The farmhouse stood alone, a dark shape against the white. I spent the night in my car, engine running, watching the house. At dawn, I went back inside. The upstairs was empty, no signs of forced entry, no disturbance. Except for one thing. On the bed in Grandpa's old room lay the wooden figurine, placed carefully at the center of the quilt. Christmas Eve arrived with a heavy snowfall. I should have left. Packed up and driven back south, pride be damned. But something about the house held me there. A stubbornness I'd inherited, maybe, or fear of what might happen if I turned my back. That night I heard singing. It drifted through the halls, low and rhythmic, a man's voice humming Silent Night. It came closer, each note clearer than the last, until it seemed to be coming from the living room. I stood at the top of the stairs, heart pounding, staring down at the glow of the candles. A figure stood beside the tree. He was tall, his body wrapped in a long, dark coat dusted with snow. His hat shadowed his face, just like the figurine. In his gloved hand, he held the brass bell, gently shaking it to keep time with the song. I couldn't move, couldn't breathe. He stopped singing and looked up at me. Even in the dim light, I could see his smile stretched too wide, his eyes reflecting the candles like glass. "You forgot something," he said, his voice calm and familiar in a way that made my stomach twist. "Every year he left a gift for me." I stumbled back, nearly falling down the stairs. When I looked again, he was gone. The front door stood open, snow blowing in, the bell's echo fading. I left that night and never returned. The house was sold months later, the new owners unaware of why the price had been so low. Last week, a package arrived at my apartment, brown paper, red string. Inside was a single ornament, freshly carved, depicting a man standing beneath a Christmas tree, his face turned upward in terror. Story the end. I used to think the worst sound in the world was silence. That was before I learned what Christmas lights sound like when they're still plugged in and sinking underwater. It was December 23rd, 2018, and my sister Emily had insisted we all come back to our childhood home in rural Pennsylvania for Christmas. Our parents had died within 6 months of each other the year before, and Emily couldn't stand the idea of the house being empty through the holidays. She said it would feel wrong to leave the place dark, like we were admitting something was over. I didn't argue. I didn't have the energy. Neither did my younger brother, Mark. Grief makes you agreeable in strange ways. The house sat at the end of a long, tree-lined driveway, far from neighbors, farther still from streetlights. It was one of those old American farmhouses built sturdy and square with a wraparound porch and a basement that always smelled faintly of damp concrete and rust. Winters there were brutal. Snow piled high, roads iced over, and cell service faded in and out like a bad memory. We arrived just before sunset. The sky was already bruising purple, the air sharp enough to burn your lungs. Emily unlocked the front door and stood there for a moment, her hand on the knob, like she expected someone inside to greet us. No one did. The house was cold and stale, smelling of dust, pine cleaner, and something else I couldn't place at first. We turned the heat on. We unpacked groceries. We tried to act normal. That night, while Mark slept on the couch and Emily took her old bedroom, I stayed up late sorting through boxes in the dining room. Decorations, mostly. Mom had labeled everything in her neat cursive. Ornaments, fragile. Outdoor lights, nativity. At the bottom of one box, wrapped in newspaper from the early 90s, I found a small wooden figurine I didn't recognize. It was crudely carved, maybe 6 inches tall, shaped like a man in a long coat with no face. Where the face should have been, there was only smooth, unfinished wood. The hands were folded together, and something about the posture made my skin crawl. I assumed it was something my dad picked up at a flea market and forgot about. He did that a lot. I put it back in the box and taped it shut. Around 2 a.m., I heard footsteps upstairs, not the creaking, settling sounds of an old house. These were deliberate, slow, heavy, one step at a time, moving across the hallway. I froze in the dining room, heart thudding, listening. Emily's bedroom door creaked open. The footsteps paused. Then I heard her voice, groggy and confused. "Mom?" I was on my feet before I realized it, running for the stairs. Emily stood in the doorway of her room, hair mussed, eyes unfocused. The hallway light was off, but moonlight spilled through the window at the end, pale and cold. "There was someone standing there," she whispered. "I thought it was her." "There's no one," I said, trying to keep my voice steady. "You were dreaming." She shook her head. I heard him breathing. That was the first night. The next day, Christmas Eve, snow started falling before dawn, thick, heavy flakes that swallowed sound and closed the world in. By noon, the driveway was buried and the road beyond it had disappeared entirely. Mark tried to start his truck anyway, just to see. The engine turned once, then died. "No cell service," he said, holding his phone up and turning in a slow circle. "We're stuck." Emily forced a smile. "It's fine. It's Christmas. We have food. We have each other." The house felt different in daylight, less threatening. We put on music, hung lights, tried to recreate the rituals we remembered. Still, there were moments, little gaps, where the air felt thick, like we were being watched from just outside our peripheral vision. Around dusk, Mark came into the kitchen holding something. "Did you guys move this?" he asked. It was the wooden figurine. "No," Emily said immediately. "I haven't touched it. I put it back in the box," I said. "It was sealed." "Well, it was sitting on the basement steps," Mark said, "facing up." None of us laughed. We put the figurine on a shelf in the garage and closed the door. That night, the power went out. The house dropped into darkness so complete it felt physical, like a weight pressing down. Emily screamed. Mark swore. I fumbled for my phone flashlight. The wind outside had picked up, howling through the trees. Snow pelted the windows like handfuls of gravel. "Probably a line down," Mark said. "It'll come back." It didn't. We lit candles, the house filled with flickering shadows that bent and twisted along the walls. The smell of melting wax mixed with pine and old wood. Around midnight, the Christmas lights in the living room turned on by themselves. They glowed softly, red and green bulbs humming faintly. No power anywhere else. No lamps. No heat. Just the lights, strung around the tree, pulsing gently like a living thing. "That's not possible," I said. Emily backed away slowly. Unplug them. I reached for the cord. The moment my fingers touched it, a shock snapped through my hand, sharp and hot. I yanked back, gasping. They're not plugged in, Mark said, his voice thin. He lifted the cord. The plug dangled freely, inches from the outlet. The light stayed on. Then we heard the footsteps again. This time they were on the stairs. Slow, heavy. Each step deliberate, as if whoever was climbing wanted to be heard. The smell hit me first. That was when I recognized it. Damp earth, rotting leaves. The smell of the basement after spring floods when water seeped in and things didn't dry right. Emily started crying quietly. Mark grabbed a fireplace poker and stood in front of us, knuckles white. A shape emerged from the darkness at the top of the stairs. It was tall. Taller than any of us. Its body looked wrong, proportions slightly off, like someone had tried to remember what a man looked like and failed. It wore something long and dark that dragged behind it, leaving wet streaks on the floor. Where its face should have been was smooth and blank, like unfinished wood. In its hands, folded neatly together, was the figurine. I don't remember screaming, but my throat burned afterward, so I must have. The thing tilted its head slowly, like it was listening to us. Then it took a step forward. The temperature dropped so fast my breath fogged in front of me. The Christmas lights flickered brighter, casting harsh colors across the room. Mark swung the poker. It passed straight through the figure, meeting no resistance. The thing didn't react. It just kept moving. Emily collapsed to her knees, sobbing, hands over her ears. I grabbed her and dragged her backward toward the kitchen. The thing stopped at the edge of the light from the tree. It stood there, unmoving as if bound by some invisible line. Then it spoke. Not out loud, not with words. The sound came from inside my head, heavy and cold. You left us. Images flooded my mind. My mother alone in the hospital room after visiting hours ended. My father confused and angry in the nursing home, asking why no one came more often. The guilt hit like a physical blow. Christmas is for family. The thing lifted one long wooden finger and pointed toward the hallway, toward the bedrooms, toward the past. The lights went out. We ran. We didn't stop to grab coats or shoes. We didn't think about the snow or the cold. We burst through the front door and into the storm, the wind stealing our breath, the snow blinding. Behind us, the house glowed faintly, Christmas lights shining through every window. We made it maybe halfway down the driveway before Emily fell. I turned to help her up, and that's when I saw the footprints. They weren't ours. Deep impressions in the snow, spaced too far apart to get out, leading from the house and stopping just behind us, as if something had followed us out and then decided not to go any further. We reached the road at dawn, half frozen, delirious. A plow driver found us hours later and took us into town. The police listened, faces tight and skeptical, and drove out to the house once the roads cleared. They found the front door open. The house empty. No lights, no figurine. The basement was flooded. They said a pipe had burst, the doubt filling the space with icy water. Floating in it were boxes of decorations soaked and ruined. They said the smell was awful. They asked if our parents had ever mentioned flooding before. I said yes. It happened every few years, usually in winter. They didn't find footprints. They didn't find anything that explained the lights or the voice or the thing on the stairs. The house was condemned 2 months later. Emily refuses to talk about it. Mark drinks too much now and avoids Christmas entirely. I moved far away. Every year on Christmas Eve, my phone loses power at exactly midnight, no matter how charged it is. And sometimes, just before it goes dark, I swear I can hear the faint hum of lights and the slow, patient sound of footsteps coming closer. Story the end. I never believed in ghosts or curses or any of that small-town folklore people use to explain things they don't want to admit out loud. I believed in paperwork, schedules, and cause and effect. That was my job. I was a county building inspector in northern Pennsylvania, the kind of place where December comes early and stays too long. Snow doesn't fall there so much as it settles in, like it's decided to live with you. The call came in on December 21st, 3 days before Christmas. A welfare check request routed through my department because the property in question had been condemned decades earlier. Someone had reported lights on inside it. Power shouldn't have been possible. The address was 14 Hollow Creek Road. I recognized it immediately. Everyone in the county did. The Hollow Creek house burned into local memory in 1987, Christmas Eve. when the Whitaker family died inside. Parents, 2 kids, and a grandmother. Official cause was faulty wiring near the living room tree. The fire department arrived too late. The house was never rebuilt, never sold. It just sat there, blackened and hollow, slowly collapsing under snow and time. Except now someone said it had lights. The sheriff's office didn't want to touch it. Too many prank calls in December, they said. Too many teenagers trying to scare each other. My supervisor tossed the folder onto my desk and told me to verify the property status. Drive by. Take a picture. That's it, he said. Then go home and enjoy Christmas. I drove out there just after sunset. The sky was that bruised purple color it gets before a snowstorm, and the road narrowed until it was barely more than 2 ruts through frozen mud. Pine trees crowded in on both sides, branches heavy with snow, muffling sound. The radio lost signal 5 miles back, leaving me alone with the hum of the engine and my own thoughts. I saw the house before I reached it. There was a warm yellow glow in the front windows. I stopped the truck in the road and just sat there, staring. The house was supposed to be roofless. I'd seen it myself years earlier, but now the silhouette was intact, porch sagging but standing, windows whole. Smoke curled lazily from the chimney. It smelled like burning wood. I told myself someone must have illegally renovated it. Stranger things had happened. I grabbed my flashlight, clipped my badge to my coat, and walked up the driveway. My boots crunched on snow that looked undisturbed, no footprints in or out. Christmas lights lined the porch railing, old-fashioned ones, the big bulbs glowing softly. A wreath hung on the door, pine needles fresh, red bow neat and centered. I knocked. The door opened almost immediately. A woman stood there, maybe late 60s, gray hair pulled back tight, cardigan buttoned all the way up. Her eyes were watery but sharp. "Oh, thank God," she said. "We were wondering when someone would come." I froze. "Ma'am, this property is condemned," she finished for me. "Yes, we know. That's why we kept the lights low." I glanced past her. Inside was warm, bright. A Christmas tree stood in the corner, decorated with handmade ornaments. The smell of cookies hit me next. "Who are you?" I asked. She smiled like that was a silly question. "Whitaker," she said. "My name is Ellen." My mouth went dry. "That's not possible," I said. She looked confused for a moment, then amused. "You're cold. Come in." Against every instinct I had, I stepped inside. The door closed behind me with a soft click. The house was wrong. Not broken or rotten like it should have been, but wrong in smaller ways. The walls were slightly too close together, the ceiling too low, the air too still. There was no sound of wind, no creaking of wood, just the quiet murmur of voices from another room. Children's voices. Ellen took my coat and hung it by the door. Her hands were warm, alive. "Who else is here?" I asked. "Our family," she said. "It's Christmas." A man stepped into the hallway, tall, broad-shouldered, wearing a red sweater with a reindeer stitched into it. He looked at me and nodded politely. "Evening." My heart was pounding so hard I could feel it in my throat. "Sir," I said, "I need to see some identification. This property," he smiled, and I swear I recognized his face from an old newspaper photo. "You're working late," he said. "That's a shame. No one should be alone so close to Christmas." A little girl ran past us, laughing, chased by a boy a few years older. They looked at me with open curiosity, not fear. "How old are your children?" I asked, my voice barely steady. Ellen answered without hesitation, 8 and 10. They were the same ages the Whitaker children had been when they died. "I need to leave," I said. The room went quiet. The man's smile faded, just a little. "Already?" "Yes," I said. "I'm sorry. I shouldn't have come in." Ellen's hand tightened on my arm. "You can't go yet," she said. "Not until after dinner." "I really need to." The lights flickered. For just a second, the walls blackened. The smell of smoke replaced the cookies. The children screamed. Then everything snapped back. Ellen let go of me, her face pale. "It's getting close," she whispered. "Getting close to what?" I demanded. The man looked at the clock above the mantel. It read 8:17 p.m. "Time," he said. I don't know what finally broke through my paralysis. Maybe it was the way the air suddenly felt hot, or the faint crackling sound I could hear under the silence. I grabbed my coat from the hook and ran for the door. It wouldn't open. The handle burned my palm when I touched it. Behind me, the children were crying now, their voices panicked. Smoke curled along the ceiling, thin and gray. "No," Ellen said, shaking her head. "Not again. Please." The man grabbed a bucket from the kitchen and ran toward the living room. I followed despite myself. The Christmas tree was on fire. Flames climbed it unnaturally fast, racing up the branches, igniting the presents beneath. The heat was intense, pressing against my face. The smoke thickened, choking. "This already happened," I shouted. "You have to get out!" The man turned to me, his face streaked with soot. "We tried that." The walls began to creak, a deep, ominous groan. Somewhere upstairs, glass shattered. The little girl clung to Ellen, sobbing. "It hurts," she cried. Ellen knelt in front of her, tears streaming down her face. "I know, sweetheart." I realized then what was happening. This wasn't a haunting. It was a loop, a moment trapped in time, replaying over and over, wearing grooves into reality deep enough for me to fall into. The clock ticked loudly. 8:24 p.m. That was the time listed in the fire report for the first emergency call. I grabbed the man's arm. "Listen to me. I'm not part of this. I can get help." He looked at me with something like pity. So did the last one. The ceiling beam cracked and fell, blocking the hallway. Fire roared around us, no longer behaving like normal flame. It moved with intent, cutting off exits, herding us inward. "Why is this happening?" I screamed. Ellen looked up at me. Her eyes were no longer watery, but burned black around the edges. "Because no one stayed," she said. "They watched it burn. They told stories. They left us here." The heat became unbearable. My lungs felt like they were filling with needles. The clock struck 8:30. Everything went white. I woke up in the snow. I was lying in the driveway, the house behind me a blackened ruin, roof collapsed, windows empty. No lights, no smoke, no sound. My watch read 8:31 p.m. I staggered to my feet and vomited into the snow. My coat was gone. My hands were blistered. I ran to the truck and drove until the road widened and the radio crackled back to life. I didn't stop shaking until I reached the hospital. They treated me for smoke inhalation and second-degree burns. The doctor asked where I'd been. I told him there was a fire. "There hasn't been a fire out there in decades," he said gently. The official report listed my injuries as exposure-related confusion. I tried to forget it. I really did. Christmas passed in a blur. I took leave, then transferred departments in the spring. I never went back to Hollow Creek Road. Last week, my replacement called me. He sounded nervous. "Hey," he said. "You ever hear of a place called 14 Hollow Creek Road?" I closed my eyes. "There's a light on out there," he said. "Looks kind of festive." "Don't go inside," I said. There was a pause. "What?" "Don't knock," I said. "Don't accept an invitation, and whatever you do, don't stay until dinner." He laughed uneasily. "You okay, man?" I hung up. Tonight is Christmas Eve again. I'm sitting in my apartment with all the lights off, watching the clock tick toward 8:30. I can smell smoke that isn't there. And somewhere in the woods, a house is waiting for someone to stay. Story the end. I used to think the phrase, "true story," was just a way to make people lean closer to the campfire. Now I know better. What I'm about to tell you happened to me, and every Christmas since then has felt like borrowed time. I grew up in northern Pennsylvania, in a town small enough that everyone recognized your truck by the sound it made. Winters were long and heavy there, the kind where snow piled up against your front door and stayed until March. Christmas was the one thing people clung to. Lights on every house, wreaths on every mailbox, the same 5 carols on the radio. My family wasn't rich, but we had traditions. Midnight mass on Christmas Eve, cinnamon rolls Christmas morning, and my dad insisting we never locked our doors because nothing bad happens here. The year this happened, I was 23 and home from college, working part-time at a hardware store to save money. My parents had divorced 2 years earlier and my mom had moved south. My dad stayed in the old house at the edge of town, backed up against state forest. It was just the two of us that Christmas, which already made the season feel off, like a missing ornament you kept noticing every time you passed the tree. On December 23rd, a snowstorm rolled in early, thick and fast. The roads closed before noon. By dusk, the world outside our windows was just white noise and wind. The power flickered twice but held. Dad made chili and poured himself a little too much bourbon, humming along to Bing Crosby like nothing was wrong. That night, around 10, someone knocked on the front door. It wasn't loud, just 3 slow, deliberate knocks. Not the kind a neighbor makes. More like someone who knows you're home and wants you to feel it. Dad frowned and looked at the clock. That's strange. He didn't grab a coat or even check the window. He just walked over and opened the door. Cold air rushed in, sharp enough to sting my eyes. Standing on the porch was a man dressed as Santa Claus. Not a mall Santa. This one looked worn down, the red suit faded, the white trim yellowed. His beard was real, streaked with gray and ice. Snow clung to his boots, which were black and cracked, not the shiny kind you'd expect. "Evening," he said, voice low and rough. "Car slid off the road, wondering if I could use your phone." Dad didn't hesitate. "Of course, come on in." Something about the man made my stomach tighten. Maybe it was his eyes. They were pale, almost colorless, and they didn't blink much. Or maybe it was the way he smiled without warmth, like he was copying the expression from memory. He stepped inside, stamping snow onto our rug. The house smelled suddenly different, like wet wool and something metallic underneath. He glanced at me and nodded. "Merry Christmas," he said. Merry Christmas," I replied, forcing it. Dad handed him the phone. The man turned away, facing the wall as he dialed. I watched his shoulders rise and fall, slow and steady. He spoke quietly, too quietly to hear. After a moment, he hung up. "No answer," he said. "Storm must have knocked the lines." Dad scratched his head. "You're welcome to stay until it lets up." The man smiled wider. "That's real kind of you." He didn't take off his coat. We sat in the living room, the three of us, while the wind howled outside. Dad offered him chili, which he declined. He asked where the man was headed. "Just passing through," Santa said. "Doing a little work before the big night." Dad laughed. "You're early." Santa's eyes flicked to the Christmas tree in the corner. "I like to be prepared." The longer he sat there, the more uncomfortable I felt. He didn't fidget, didn't shiver, didn't react to the heat blasting from the vents, and every so often, I caught him staring down the hallway toward the bedrooms. Around 11, the power went out. The house dropped into darkness except for the glow of the fireplace and the colored lights on the tree. The wind seemed louder without the hum of electricity. "Well," Dad said, standing up, "guess we'll make the best of it." Santa stood too. "Mind if I use the bathroom? Down the hall?" Dad said. Santa walked away, boots thudding softly on the hardwood. I listened to his steps fade, then stop. I expected to hear the bathroom door. I didn't. Minutes passed. "You all right back there?" Dad called. No answer. Dad started down the hall. I followed, heart pounding. The bathroom door was open, empty. The window above the tub was raised, snow blowing in. "He couldn't have gone out there," Dad said. "It's a drop." We heard a sound from the basement, a slow creak like someone shifting their weight. Dad grabbed the flashlight from the closet. Probably just the house settling. He opened the basement door. The beam of light cut down the stairs, catching dust and old boxes. At the bottom, standing perfectly still, was Santa. He was facing away from us, staring at the far wall. "Sir," Dad said, "you can't be down here." Santa turned. In the harsh white light, his face looked wrong, too tight. His beard was damp, clumped together, and there was something dark smeared along his sleeve. "I didn't mean to snoop," he said, "just needed to check something." "Check what?" I asked. He smiled again. "Naughty list." Before either of us could react, he lunged. Dad shouted and swung the flashlight, hitting Santa in the shoulder. Santa grunted but didn't fall. He grabbed Dad's arm with surprising strength, nails digging in. I screamed and ran back toward the living room, grabbing the fireplace poker. By the time I got back, Dad was on the floor at the top of the stairs, clutching his leg, blood soaking into the carpet. Santa stood over him, holding a knife. Not a kitchen knife, something longer, thinner. "You should have locked your door," Santa said calmly. I charged him without thinking. The poker connected with his side. He snarled, a sound more animal than human, and swung the knife. I felt heat and pain across my arm, but kept swinging. He stumbled back, lost his footing, and fell down the basement stairs. The knife clattered away. Dad crawled toward me, pale and shaking. "Get the truck," he gasped. "Go." I didn't argue. I ran outside into the storm, snow biting my face. The truck barely started. As I threw it into gear, I saw movement at the basement window. Santa's face appeared, pressed against the glass, eyes burning with something like joy. I drove until the road ended, until I reached the nearest neighbor's house and collapsed, pounding on their door. The police came hours later, after the storm eased. They searched the house. There was blood on the basement floor. Drag marks leading to the window, but no body, no footprints outside, no record of any car accidents nearby, Dad survived. He never moved back into that house. He never talked about Santa again. Every year, right before Christmas, I get a card in the mail. No return address, just a simple message written in shaky red ink. Still watching, still counting. Story, the end. It was the night before Christmas in a small town in upstate New York. Snow had been falling steadily all evening, blanketing the streets in pristine white. The Lamont family, David, his wife Claire, and their 6-year-old son Tommy, had just finished decorating the tree. The living room smelled of pine and cinnamon, and outside, the quiet crunch of snow underfoot was the only sound breaking the peaceful stillness. Yet, in the back of David's mind, a nagging unease had been growing all week. Strange things had been happening around their home. The faint sound of footsteps in the attic, misplaced items that never stayed where they were put, and a series of fleeting shadows in the corner of his eye. He brushed it off as stress from work and the holiday rush, but tonight the feeling had intensified. Claire was in the kitchen putting the finishing touches on Christmas cookies, humming softly, when Tommy ran over to the window, pressing his nose against the glass. "Daddy, look," he said, pointing outside. There, on the snow-covered lawn, was a figure in a red coat. Its face was obscured by the hood, but it was unmistakably standing there, staring at the house. David squinted, trying to see clearly. "Probably just someone delivering packages early," he muttered, though his voice lacked conviction. But when he blinked, the figure was gone. Tommy frowned. "It was real, Daddy." "I saw it." David shook his head, trying to settle his nerves. Maybe it's just a trick of the light, buddy. Let's go back to the cookies." But as he turned back to the kitchen, he noticed something chilling. The front door, which he was certain had been locked, was slightly ajar. His heart quickened. He could feel the room growing colder, the warm glow of the Christmas lights suddenly seeming dim and weak. Claire looked up, puzzled. "David, did you leave the door open?" "No," he said sharply. "I locked it when I came in." He stepped forward and closed it, double-checking the lock. The sound of the latch snapping into place echoed far too loudly. Tommy, however, was quiet now, staring at the tree. "The man's behind the tree," he whispered, barely audible. David turned, expecting to see some harmless shadow cast by the lights, but there was nothing there. Just ornaments and tinsel. His unease deepened. After dinner, the family gathered around the fireplace. The warmth of the fire seemed to ease some of David's tension, but every creak of the house made him flinch. Tommy fell asleep on the couch, his small head resting on Claire's lap. David stayed up longer, cleaning up the dishes, but something didn't feel right. There was a scratching sound coming from the attic, soft at first, then growing louder. It wasn't the usual settling noises of an old house. No, this sounded deliberate. Something, or someone, was up there. David grabbed a flashlight and slowly ascended the attic stairs. The air grew colder as he reached the top. The attic was empty, or so it seemed. Boxes of old Christmas decorations, suitcases, and dust-covered furniture were scattered around. But in the corner, something caught his eye. A small figure, hunched and shaking. He froze, heart pounding. The figure slowly lifted its head, revealing a face pale and gaunt, eyes dark and hollow, yet unmistakably human. A voice, dry and whispering, rasped, "I'm here for Christmas." David stumbled back, almost dropping the flashlight. When he looked again, the figure was gone. He ran downstairs, breathing heavily, and found Claire sitting rigidly on the couch, Tommy now awake and staring at the ceiling. "David, I heard it too," she said quietly. Whispers, coming from the attic. It sounded like someone was calling Tommy's name. Before David could respond, the lights flickered and went out, plunging the house into darkness. The fireplace dimmed and the room became deathly cold. From the shadows near the Christmas tree, a slow, deliberate movement caught his eye. Something large was looming behind the tinsel and ornaments. A deep, hollow laugh filled the room, echoing off the walls. "Merry Christmas," it hissed. David grabbed a kitchen knife and edged toward the sound, shaking violently. Claire grabbed Tommy, clutching him tightly. The air was thick, almost suffocating, and a foul, metallic smell filled the room. Suddenly, the figure lunged from behind the tree. It was tall, impossibly thin, and wearing a tattered Santa suit. Its face was twisted, almost skeletal, with eyes that gleamed like black coals. David slashed at it with the knife, but it passed through the figure as if it were smoke. The creature spoke again, voice like broken glass. "I know you. I know your family." It circled them, its movements unnaturally fast, leaving streaks of shadow in its wake. Tommy screamed, clinging to his mother. The figure's laughter grew louder, echoing in every corner of the house. Then, in an instant, it vanished. David's phone buzzed with a message. It was from an unknown number. "You can't hide. He's already inside." He dropped the phone in horror. Claire screamed as the ornaments on the tree began to shake violently, falling to the floor with a deafening crash. The room seemed to distort, shadows stretching unnaturally, and the temperature plummeted further. The fireplace extinguished itself, leaving them in complete darkness. Suddenly, the sound of footsteps echoed from every direction. Slow, deliberate, dragging footsteps. They were coming from the basement. David's heart stopped. The basement door had been locked for years. Only he and Claire knew the combination. It can't open that," David whispered, but the sound of the latch clicking into place proved him wrong. The door creaked open, revealing a blackness that seemed to absorb the dim light from the living room. David, gripping the knife, took a cautious step forward. "Stay behind me," he instructed, voice shaking. Tommy whimpered, hiding behind his mother. As David descended the stairs, the air grew colder still, frost forming on the walls. The basement was empty, or so it appeared. But then, from the corner of his eye, he saw movement, shapes slithering along the walls, leaving streaks of darkness. The Santa figure emerged again, silent this time, standing at the far end. It raised a hand, pointing directly at Tommy. "No!" David shouted, lunging forward, but the figure dissolved into the shadows, leaving a black stain on the floor where it had stood. Suddenly, Tommy's eyes rolled back and he fell to the floor, unconscious. Claire screamed, trying to pull him into her arms, but the shadows surged toward her, cold and heavy, pushing her against the wall. David swung the knife, cutting through nothing. The basement seemed to stretch endlessly, the walls warping, trapping them in a nightmare that defied reality. Time lost meaning. The family screamed and struggled as the shadows consumed everything. Then, just as suddenly as it had begun, everything stopped. The basement returned to normal, the shadows gone. Tommy was lying on the floor, breathing but unresponsive. The lights flickered back on. The front door was wide open, snow blowing in, and outside a figure stood at the edge of the yard. A tall, red-suited man, but unlike any Santa they had ever seen. His eyes were black voids, and he raised a hand in a mock wave before disappearing into the storm. The Lamonts called the police, who found no signs of forced entry or evidence of anyone being in the house. Neighbors reported nothing unusual. When they returned home after a restless night in a nearby motel, the family found the living room exactly as it had been before the chaos, except for one thing. The ornaments on the tree had all been shattered, and at the base of the tree was a single red glove, matted with black frost. No one could explain what had happened. Tommy eventually recovered physically, but he would never speak of the Santa figure again. David and Claire installed extra locks, cameras, and alarms, but nothing stopped the unease that lingered. Every Christmas after, no matter how hard they tried, the Lamonts never felt safe in their own home. They would sometimes hear whispers, the soft creak of footsteps, or catch a fleeting shadow by the tree. And on some nights, when the snow fell thick and the wind howled, they could swear they saw a figure in red, standing at the edge of the yard, waiting, watching, always waiting. Even years later, they never forgot the terror of that Christmas. They told themselves it was just a nightmare, a trick of the mind. But every December, when the snow starts falling and the lights go up, a chill would crawl down their spines, because they knew, deep down, that the thing they saw that night was real, and next Christmas it would come back. It always comes back. Story, the end. The snow had been falling heavily all day on the outskirts of Minneapolis, the kind that muffles sound and blurs the world into a cold, white haze. It was Christmas Eve. And the Thompson family was huddled inside their modest, two-story home on a quiet street lined with bare oak trees. The lights on their small tree flickered warmly against the living room walls, but despite the cozy scene, a sense of unease had been lingering all day. It began with the sound of scratching on the front door. At first, George Thompson thought it was just the wind, perhaps branches knocking against the wood, but when the sound persisted, rhythmic and deliberate, he frowned and went to the door. Through the frosted glass, he could see nothing, just the white blur of falling snow. He opened it cautiously, half expecting a neighbor who might have gotten lost in the storm. There was no one there, only fresh snow, untouched except for faint footprints leading away from the door into the night. George chalked it up to a prank and shut the door, but unease gnawed at him. Later that evening, as his wife Lisa prepared dinner and their two children, Emily and Jacob, played with their new toys, George heard it again. This time the sound was coming from the basement. It wasn't scratching, it was whispering. Low, almost imperceptible, as if a dozen voices were trying to speak at once, but muffled and garbled. George hesitated at the top of the stairs, listening. "Dad?" Emily called from the living room, her small voice filled with curiosity. "What is it?" "Just the house settling, sweetie," George replied, though his own words felt hollow. He slowly descended the stairs, the wooden steps creaking under his weight. The basement was dark, lit only by the faint glow of the single overhead bulb that flickered erratically. The whispering stopped. For Naneth, George felt a chill that had nothing to do with the cold. He told himself he was imagining things, that it was just the storm outside playing tricks on his mind. He checked the fuse box, then the storage shelves, finding nothing out of place. Yet as he returned upstairs, he caught a glimpse of something that made his blood run cold. A dark figure standing at the end of the hallway, just beyond the living room. It didn't move at first, just loomed, featureless and tall. Like when George blinked, it was gone. He didn't mention it to Lisa. She would have laughed it off, thinking he was stressed. But as night fell, the incidents grew harder to ignore. Emily insisted she had seen a man in the shadows standing by her door, and Jacob whispered that someone had been singing Christmas carols softly in his room when no one else was home. By 10 p.m., the storm was at its worst. Wind howled against the house, rattling the windows, and the power flickered several times. Lisa lit candles, their warm glow doing little to push back the oppressive darkness. That's when the knocking started. Not on the door this time, it came from inside the house. From the attic. George's stomach sank. They hadn't used the attic in years, and the thought of someone or something being up there made his skin crawl. He grabbed a flashlight and climbed the narrow stairs leading to the hatch. The air was thick with dust and the smell of old wood. He shone the light around, revealing boxes of Christmas decorations, old furniture, and forgotten holiday trinkets. Nothing stirred. Then he saw it. A single Santa Claus hat lying on the floor in the center of the attic. Not his, not one of the children's. It looked old, tattered, with a dark stain that he couldn't identify in the dim light. As he bent down to pick it up, he heard the whispering again, closer this time, right behind him. "George." The voice was unmistakable, and yet impossible. He spun around. The attic was empty. The hat lay on the floor as if nothing had happened. He backed down the stairs quickly, heart hammering, and slammed the hatch shut. Lisa was waiting at the bottom, worry etched across her face. "What happened?" "Nothing," George said, though his voice betrayed him. I must be imagining things. Let's just go to bed." They tried to sleep, but the unease followed them into the night. Around 2 a.m., Emily woke screaming. She said the man in the shadows was standing by her bed. George rushed in, turning on the light, but again, there was nothing. Only a cold spot in the corner of the room, like the air itself had turned icy. Jacob didn't wake at first, but soon he began muttering in his sleep, words George couldn't make out. They sounded like a chant, rhythmic and low, growing louder with each repetition. Like George shook him awake. The moment his eyes opened, the chanting stopped. He stared at his father, wide-eyed and pale, and whispered, "He's here, Daddy. He's in the tree." George's stomach sank. He looked at the Christmas tree in the corner of the living room, adorned with lights and ornaments. At first, he saw nothing. Then, out of the corner of his eye, he thought he saw movement. Shadows flickered among the branches, and the lights dimmed and brightened in an unnatural rhythm. He approached cautiously, shining his flashlight directly at the tree. For a moment it looked normal, festive even. Then a face appeared among the branches, pale, gaunt, with hollow eyes and a twisted smile. George stumbled back, almost dropping the flashlight. When he looked again, the face was gone. Lisa rushed in, holding Emily tightly. "What is it? What's happening?" Before George could answer, the front door slammed open with a force that sent a gust of freezing wind through the house. The lights went out completely. The whispering returned, louder now, accompanied by faint footsteps circling the house. George fumbled for his phone, but the signal was gone. The children clung to him, shivering. Then the laughter started. Soft at first, like someone trying not to be heard, then louder, more sinister. It echoed through the house, bouncing off the walls back, and George realized it wasn't coming from any single source. It was everywhere. He grabbed a baseball bat from the closet and went to the front door. Through the snowstorm outside, he saw a figure emerging from the shadows, a man in a Santa suit, tattered and darkened with age. His movements were jerky, unnatural, like a puppet being pulled by invisible strings. The figure didn't speak, didn't raise a hand. It just stared, and George felt, viscerally, that it knew everything about him, about his family, about their fears. Lisa screamed, "George, don't!" But it was too late. The figure lifted its arm, pointing directly at the house. Suddenly, the power came back on, lights flickering, and the warmth returned. But the attic hatch flew open violently, and the Santa hat tumbled down the stairs, landing at George's feet. He picked it up. It was now clean, ordinary, nothing sinister. But when he looked at the children, they were staring at the tree, wide-eyed, frozen in terror. The ornaments shook violently. One by one, the lights went out. Then the whispering came again, right inside George's head. "Leave, leave, leave." The storm outside had stopped, but the house felt heavier, darker, like it was alive and angry. George grabbed Lisa and the children, shoving them into the car. As they drove away, he dared a glance in the rearview mirror. The house stood silently, unremarkable, except for the tree in the front window. The tree lights were still on, and among the branches he could have sworn he saw a face watching them leave, smiling. They never returned to that house. Neighbors said it had been abandoned for years, yet George knew what he had seen. Every Christmas after that, the Thompson family left town for the holidays, avoiding any decorations, any tree. But sometimes, when the night was particularly quiet, George could hear the whispering again, faint but insistent, echoing in his mind. "Merry Christmas, George." And he knew, deep down, that the man in the shadows would be waiting. Story the end. The snow had started falling early that December, thick and relentless, blanketing the small town of Ashgrove in a deceptive calm. Streetlights flickered as if struggling against the dark, gray sky, and the cold seeped into every crack and crevice of the century-old houses lining the main road. For most people, it was picturesque, a true Christmas postcard. But for Marla Jensen, this Christmas had an edge of unease she couldn't shake. She had lived in Ashgrove her whole life, and the town had a quiet, almost too perfect charm, the kind that often hid things you didn't want to see. Marla's husband, Greg, had been called in for an emergency at the hospital, leaving her alone in their old Victorian home. Their two kids, Tyler and Lily, were at their grandparents', so the house was unusually silent. Marla tried to distract herself with Christmas movies, but the wind howled like it had a personal vendetta, rattling the windows and causing shadows to dance along the walls. She told herself it was just the storm, but an instinctive chill crawled down her spine. It started with the sound of footsteps. Not the heavy kind that someone would make walking through snow, but light, deliberate footsteps coming from the attic. Marla paused the movie and strained to listen. The old house groaned and settled in the cold, but the steps were distinct. She tried rationalizing it. Maybe a raccoon had gotten in through the attic vent. She told herself that out loud, repeating it like a mantra, but her hands trembled slightly as she set the remote down. The attic was accessed through a narrow staircase hidden behind a closet in the hallway. With only a small flashlight in hand, Marla climbed cautiously. Each step creaked under her weight, echoing unnervingly. When she reached the top, the beam of the flashlight revealed nothing but old boxes and Christmas decorations coated in dust. She let out a relieved breath, telling herself it must have been her imagination, but as she turned to leave, she saw it. A small, dirty footprint on the freshly swept floor. Marla froze. It was child-sized, but much too long and thin to be Lily or Tyler's. Her stomach tightened. She backed down the stairs slowly, the light shaking in her hand. The next sound hit her like a slap, the soft, dragging thump of something moving across the living room floor below. She ran to the living room and flicked the main light on. Nothing. The tree lights twinkled cheerfully, an odd contrast to the growing dread in her chest. Then she noticed the ornaments. They weren't as she had left them. One of the glass angels was cracked, another had been shifted to the very edge of the branch. Her heart raced. She was not imagining this. Someone or something was in the house. The first knock came at the front door. 3 slow, deliberate raps that made her blood run cold. Marla hadn't expected anyone, especially not in this weather. She approached the door, pressing her ear to it, but heard nothing beyond the howling wind. Gathering courage, she cracked the door open slightly. Snow whipped in, cold against her face. No one. Just footprints leading away from the door and disappearing into the fresh snow. They were oddly human, but too long and oddly distorted, like they belonged to something tall and thin. Marla's phone buzzed. A text from Greg. "Don't worry, everything's fine. We'll be home late. Love you." She exhaled slowly, trying to calm herself, but another sound drew her attention, a faint, melodic humming coming from the basement. A Christmas carol, but slow, distorted, and eerily off-key. The basement door was always a little tricky to open. Marla's hand shook as she grasped the handle. The humming grew louder, almost taunting. She flicked on the basement light, revealing only boxes of old decorations, the furnace, and the laundry area. But then she saw it, a small figure standing in the corner, its back to her, rocking slightly, humming the same warped tune. "Hello?" Marla's voice trembled. The figure didn't move, didn't acknowledge her. Heart hammering, she took a step forward. That's when it turned. It was a child, she realized, but wrong. The eyes were black, hollow voids, and the mouth stretched unnaturally wide, too wide, smiling in a way no child ever could. Its small hands were dirty, almost skeletal, and it held a broken ornament in one hand, rocking it back and forth. The humming stopped, replaced by a low, wet gurgle that made her stomach churn. Marla screamed and stumbled backward. The figure began moving toward her, unnaturally fast, gliding rather than walking. She slammed the basement door and ran upstairs, fumbling for her phone. The screen lit up, 10 missed calls from an unknown number. She swiped to call 911, but the line was dead. Every outlet in the house had no power except for the lights on the tree, which flickered as if warning her. Then came the voice, whispering right in her ear, though no one was behind her. "Why are you alone?" Marla spun around, flashlight swinging wildly. Nothing. The whispering turned into laughter, soft and high-pitched, echoing through the empty rooms. She realized with horror that the laughter sounded exactly like her own children, except distorted and warped, like a recording played too fast. Panicked, she tried to open the front door to leave, but it wouldn't budge. The locks were intact, the key still in her hand, but some invisible force seemed to hold it shut. Windows wouldn't open either. The house was sealed. She ran back to the living room, her mind racing. The Christmas tree lights flickered violently, and then the ornaments began to shake, like invisible hands were playing with them. One fell, shattering on the floor, and she swore she saw a small, pale hand reach out from the shards before pulling back. Marla stumbled backward, bumping into the couch. That's when she heard the soft, dragging sound again, right behind her. She spun, shining her light, and froze. The walls were lined with shadows now, hundreds of them, each shifting, stretching, and writhing as if alive. The shadows began to whisper in unison, "Stay, with us, forever." Her flashlight flickered and died. Darkness swallowed the room. The whispers turned into guttural laughter, and she felt a cold hand brush her shoulder. She screamed and tried to run, but something held her feet in place, invisible yet unyielding. Then, as suddenly as it began, silence fell. The house returned to its normal quiet, the tree lights now steady and warm. Marla was alone, or at least it seemed so. She sank to the floor, gasping, convinced it was over. She checked her phone. A single text blinked on the screen. "We see you, Marla." Her breath caught. She knew that number. It was the one her kids' old daycare had used, now long abandoned. The laughter returned, faint this time, and she heard the scratching of small nails on the walls moving closer. Hours passed, though she had no sense of time. Eventually the storm died down, and the first light of Christmas morning crept through the windows. She was still trapped inside, unable to move freely. When Greg finally came home, snow crunching underfoot, he found the house eerily silent. He called out for Marla. No answer. The police were called. The house was searched from top to bottom. Marla was gone. Tyler and Lily were unharmed at their grandparents', but the house, it was different. The tree had ornaments arranged in a pattern resembling human figures. Every window and door was sealed from the inside, and on the living room floor were hundreds of small footprints, all child-sized, but elongated and misshapen. Some say Marla is still there. Sometimes, when neighbors drive past the old Jensen house on Christmas Eve, they swear they hear faint humming, soft laughter, and the dragging of tiny feet across the floor. The house seems normal in the daytime, but at night, the shadows shift unnaturally and the tree lights flicker, even though there's no one inside. The town council declared the house unsafe, but no demolition could touch it. Contractors who tried to enter reported doors slamming, lights exploding, and a voice whispering, "Why are you alone?" One worker even claimed he saw a figure at the top of the attic stairs, pale and grinning, before the shadows engulfed him. He quit the job, muttering that the house doesn't like visitors. Each year, the local children are warned not to play near the Jensen house. Even Santa's annual sleigh tours avoid it, the pilots claiming the night air above Ash Grove feels wrong when they pass over. Yet every Christmas, without fail, neighbors report hearing faint carols, off-key and slow, drifting from the house. Sometimes small ornaments appear on their doorsteps, broken and smeared with dirt. Those who have dared to peer through the windows at night swear they've seen her. Marla, standing by the tree, looking straight at them with hollow eyes, holding a cracked angel ornament, humming softly. The warmth of Christmas replaced by something cold and wrong, a presence that promises you'll never leave if you step inside. The Jensen house remains, empty yet full. Silent yet alive. And every Christmas someone notices something new, something small, pale, and childlike moving in the shadows, something waiting for the family that vanished on a silent, snow-filled Christmas night. Story the end. It was Christmas Eve in a small town in Vermont, the kind of place where the snow never seemed to melt and the streets were lined with houses so close together that neighbors could practically hear each other's holiday music through the walls. The town was quiet that night, save for the occasional crack of a branch breaking under the weight of snow or the distant bark of a dog. The lights on the houses glimmered against the darkness, casting long shadows that danced across the icy sidewalks. Tom and his family had just moved into their new house on Maple Street, a 2-story Victorian with peeling paint and an attic that had clearly not been touched in decades. Tom's wife, Lisa, and their 2 children, 12-year-old Megan and 9-year-old Eli, were excited about their first Christmas there. The neighborhood kids had already warned them that the house had a reputation, a local story about a family that disappeared mysteriously in the 1970s during a Christmas Eve party. No one knew exactly what happened, only that the family was gone, the lights still on, food still warm, and no trace of them anywhere. It had been abandoned ever since. Tom dismissed it as a ghost story. Parents told their kids to keep them from sneaking into the woods, and the family was more concerned with decorating the house. That evening, Tom and the kids were busy hanging lights on the tree in the living room while Lisa prepared Christmas Eve dinner. The house was warm, the smell of roasted turkey and cinnamon filling the air, and for a moment, the eerie stories of the house seemed distant. But then Megan, who had been placing ornaments on the tree, froze and stared toward the hallway leading to the attic. "Dad," she said quietly. Tom turned to look but saw nothing. "What is it, honey?" "There's someone up there." Tom chuckled nervously. "Megan, it's just the shadows from the lights. There's no one in the attic." Eli, however, had wandered closer to the hallway, peering up at the small attic door. "I saw eyes," he whispered. "Bright red." Tom's smile faltered. He moved toward the attic door and tried to open it. It wouldn't budge. The handle was cold, icy to the touch, though the rest of the house was warm. He frowned and looked at the kids. "Probably just old locks," he muttered, trying to convince himself more than them. "We'll check it tomorrow." They went back to decorating, but the unease lingered. Around 7 p.m., Lisa called them for dinner. They ate, laughed, and tried to forget the strange feeling from the hallway. Afterward, the family settled in the living room by the fire. Tom turned on some Christmas music, and Megan asked if they could open one present early. Lisa agreed, and they began tearing into the small packages. It was then that they heard it, the faint sound of tapping from the attic. At first, Tom thought it was just the house settling, but the tapping grew louder, more deliberate, almost like someone was rapping on the walls from the other side. "Probably just a branch hitting the roof," Tom said, though his voice was less certain this time. He got up and went to the attic door again. This time the door opened easily, revealing a narrow staircase covered in dust and cobwebs. The air that escaped smelled of decay, old wood, and something else, something metallic. Megan clutched Lisa's arm. "Dad," she whispered. Tom shone a flashlight up the stairs. The light bounced off old boxes and broken furniture, but nothing moved. Yet the tapping continued, coming from the very top, where the attic ceiling sloped down to a small, dark corner. "I'm going up," Tom said, his voice firmer than he felt. Lisa grabbed his arm. "Tom, wait, maybe we should call someone." "No," Tom interrupted. "It's probably just an animal. I'll check." He climbed slowly, each step creaking under his weight. When he reached the top, he saw an old trunk pushed against the wall. The tapping stopped. He shone the light on the trunk. Its surface was scratched, deep gouges running across the wood. He hesitated, then slowly lifted the lid. Inside there were old yellowed Christmas decorations, tinsel, cracked ornaments, and what looked like a faded Santa figurine with its face scratched out. But at the bottom of the trunk, something moved. Tom froze. The flashlight flickered, and when it came back, he saw two small, pale hands crawling out from the trunk, gripping the edges. The hands were tiny, like a child's, but the fingers were unnaturally long and thin. A face emerged, sunken eyes, pale skin, and a grin that split the face almost impossibly wide. Tom screamed and fell back down the stairs. He hit the wall and rolled onto the floor, clutching his head. Megan and Eli screamed. Lisa rushed to him, pulling him away from the stairs. But when she turned toward the attic, the door was closed. Quiet. Silent. Too silent. What was that?" Lisa whispered, her voice trembling. Tom didn't answer. He just shook his head, feeling something cold crawl over his skin. The children were crying now. He decided they had to leave the house. They ran to the car, bundled in coats, and drove into town, leaving their Christmas presents behind. But the unease didn't end. That night, as they slept in a hotel, Megan whispered that she kept seeing the same pale face in the window. Eli said he heard tapping under the bed. The next day, they called the local police to report the incident. The officers were polite but skeptical. They agreed to check the house, but found nothing unusual. No signs of forced entry, no strange marks, no attic door left open. The family tried to convince themselves it was a nightmare, perhaps a shared hallucination brought on by stress from moving. They returned to the house a few days later, determined to reclaim it. But the moment they stepped inside, the atmosphere changed. The air felt heavy, thick. The lights flickered without reason. And the attic door was wide open. This time, they didn't approach it. Instead, Tom called a local historian who reluctantly shared more about the house's history. The family that vanished in the 1970s had two children, aged 7 and 10. According to old police reports, the parents were never found, and the children's bodies were never recovered. Some townsfolk claimed the children still roamed the house, trapped somehow, waiting for anyone foolish enough to enter. That Christmas, they stayed in the house only out of necessity, hoping that ignoring the attic would make it ignore them. But on Christmas morning, the lights in the living room went out, replaced by faint red lights shining through the windows. Outside, the snow had stopped, but footprints, small, childlike footprints, covered the yard, leading toward the house. The family never found the source of the lights or the footprints. But when they packed their things to leave Vermont, Eli whispered as they drove away, "They're following us." And for years afterward, no matter where they lived, the family heard tapping on the ceilings, glimpsed pale faces at windows, and sometimes woke to find tiny cold hands clutching theirs in the dark. The town had warned them long before they moved in. Some houses keep their pasts alive, and some spirits never rest, especially on Christmas Eve. Story, the end. It was a bitterly cold Christmas Eve in the small town of Pine Hollow, Vermont. Snow blanketed the streets, and the kind of quiet settled over the town that felt heavier than usual, almost as if the air itself was holding its breath. People hurried home from last-minute shopping, leaving the town eerily empty except for the faint glow of Christmas lights flickering in the windows. Most residents were inside, preparing for the holiday. But for the Mitchell family, the night was about to turn into a nightmare they'd never forget. Rachel Mitchell was trying to finish decorating the tree while her husband, Tom, hung the final strands of lights outside. Their kids, Ethan and Lily, were running around the living room, giddy with excitement, their laughter bouncing off the walls. The house had always felt cozy during the holidays, but tonight, Rachel couldn't shake a strange feeling that something was off. It wasn't fear exactly, but a prickling sensation, like someone was watching them from outside. She glanced at the frosted window and saw nothing but the snow swirling in the streetlights. Shaking her head, she returned to fluffing the branches, dismissing it as winter paranoia. Around 8 p.m., a knock echoed from the front door. Rachel's stomach sank. They weren't expecting anyone, and visitors rarely ventured out in the deep snow this late. "I'll get it," Tom said, wiping his hands on his jacket as he went to the door. When he opened it, no one was there. Just a plain brown package sitting neatly on the porch, dusted with snow. Tom frowned, picking it up and bringing it inside. There was no return address. The kids' curiosity got the better of them. Ethan tore open the wrapping to reveal an old, handcrafted wooden toy, an unnervingly lifelike doll with a porcelain face and glassy blue eyes. Its smile was wide and fixed, unnaturally so, and its eyes seemed almost aware. "Where did this come from?" Rachel asked, her voice trembling slightly. There was a sense of wrongness in the doll that made the hairs on her arms stand on end. Tom shrugged. "No idea. Some kind of gift?" They put it on the mantel, thinking nothing more of it. But as the night went on, strange things began to happen. Lily insisted she saw the doll move, that its head had turned to look at her while she was brushing her teeth. Ethan said he heard it whispering his name from across the room. Rachel dismissed it as imagination fueled by Christmas excitement. But when she went to check on the doll, it was facing a different direction than when she left it. She froze, staring at it, and heard the faint sound of porcelain scraping against wood. The first real scare came around midnight. Tom was in the kitchen making cocoa when he heard a loud crash from the living room. He ran in to see the Christmas tree toppled over, ornaments shattered, and the doll lying in the middle of the wreckage. But the strange part, its head was now turned fully to face him, and there was a tiny, almost imperceptible frown on its face. Rachel was frantic. "Tom, we have to get rid of it. Something's wrong with that thing." They tried throwing it out, putting it in a box and leaving it at the curb. By morning, it was back on the mantel, dusted with fresh snow from outside, as if nothing had happened. They began locking doors and windows, but the sense of being watched didn't abate. It intensified. The house felt colder, even with the heat on. The lights flickered inexplicably, and faint whispers seemed to echo through the halls, calling their names. On Christmas morning, Rachel awoke to the sound of the kids screaming. She ran into the living room to find Ethan and Lily standing frozen, staring at the tree. The doll was perched at the very top of the tree, its arms spread wide like it was welcoming them. But the tree hadn't been that tall yesterday. Tom was nowhere in sight. Rachel's heart raced as she called for him, but there was no answer. Panic set in. She grabbed the kids and ran to the front door, but it wouldn't budge. Every window was sealed shut, frost cracking the glass in weird patterns that looked like twisted faces. From the corner of her eye, she saw movement, shadows shifting in ways that didn't match the furniture. The whispers grew louder, more insistent, almost chanting, "Stay, stay, stay." Desperate, Rachel searched the house, room by room. She found no sign of Tom, except for a single footprint in the snow leading from the kitchen to the basement door. The door was closed, and beneath it she could hear scratching, soft but frantic. Summoning courage, she opened it. The basement was pitch black, the only light coming from a single bare bulb dangling from the ceiling. And there in the center of the room was Tom. He was sitting perfectly still, staring at the wall. His eyes were wide, unblinking, and he wasn't speaking. On the wall behind him, someone, or something, had scrawled words in what looked like blood. "We are home." Rachel screamed, rushing to him. When she touched his shoulder, he didn't respond. That's when she noticed it. The doll was standing next to him. Its porcelain face was cracked, but its eyes were alive with a malevolent glow. And then she realized it wasn't just one doll. Dozens of them had appeared overnight, lining the shelves, the corners, even the ceiling beams, each one staring, their mouths moving in silent laughter. The whispers became voices. They spoke in unison, a chorus of malice. "You cannot leave. You invited us. You must celebrate forever. Rachel tried to carry the children back upstairs, but the stairs seemed to stretch endlessly. Every step forward felt like moving through molasses, and the dolls shifted positions, always blocking her path. Behind her, Tom began to rise slowly, his movements jerky and unnatural. His eyes were no longer his own. They mirrored the icy blue of the doll's glass eyes. In a panic, she ran to the fireplace, where a small box of matches sat. Desperation took over, and she lit the fire, throwing the dolls in one by one. They didn't burn. The fire hissed as if rejecting them, and the heat turned icy cold, freezing the room. The dolls remained, now crawling toward her with unnatural speed, their wooden limbs scraping the floor like claws. The children were screaming. Rachel grabbed them, trying to shield them, but the basement seemed endless, and the voices grew louder, more insistent. Join us. Celebrate. Never leave. Hours, or maybe days, passed. Time had lost all meaning. The house seemed alive, breathing and twisting, the walls closing in. Every door she tried to open led her back to the basement. Every window showed only snow and shadows, and the dolls, they were everywhere, watching, waiting. Rachel realized with a sinking horror that they weren't dealing with ordinary toys. They were dealing with something ancient, something that had no intention of leaving. And the worst part? She began to feel it in her own mind, a cold, creeping influence, whispering to her, filling her thoughts with dark, impossible visions. The doll's eyes were in her dreams, in her reflections, even in the eyes of her children. By the third night, she had stopped screaming. She moved mechanically, carrying the children and listening to the chanting, hoping somehow, some way, someone would come. But Pine Hollow was silent. The townspeople were oblivious, celebrating their Christmas, aka while Rachel and her family were trapped in a nightmare that had taken flesh and wood and glass. On the fourth morning, she saw it, the final realization that made her heart stop. The dolls had formed a circle around her, and the children, each one holding hands, faces grinning wide. In the center of the circle was Tom, now fully transformed, porcelain smooth and glowing in the dim light, whispering in a voice that was not his own. Forever. Christmas. Forever. Rachel screamed one last time, but it was swallowed by the darkness. Outside, the snow continued to fall, gentle and silent, covering Pine Hollow in a peaceful blanket, as if nothing had ever happened. The townspeople would wake to a beautiful Christmas morning, unaware of the family trapped inside the Mitchell house, forced to celebrate an eternal Christmas that was no longer theirs. Years later, the house would still stand, perfectly preserved, snow glinting on the roof. And on Christmas Eve, if anyone dared to peer through the frost-covered windows, they might catch a glimpse of tiny hands waving, porcelain smiles grinning, and the faintest whisper riding the winter wind. Welcome home. Story the end. It was Christmas Eve in the small town of Pine Hollow, Vermont, and the snow had been falling steadily for hours. The streets glistened under the soft glow of holiday lights, but the town had an unusually quiet, almost lifeless feel. Most people were indoors, gathered with family, celebrating the season, but not everyone. At the edge of town, past the old mill and the frozen river, sat the Holloway House, a ramshackle Victorian that had been abandoned for decades, its windows boarded up and its paint peeling, giving it the appearance of a place long forgotten by time. That was where Emily Carson, a young journalist from Boston, had decided to spend her Christmas. She was writing a piece on abandoned places in New England, and Pine Hollow had been recommended for its history and local legends. Emily arrived just as twilight fell, her car crunching on the snow-covered driveway. The house loomed over her, dark and silent, except for the occasional creak as the wind rattled the boards over the windows. She grabbed her backpack, stuffed with a flashlight, camera, and notebook, and stepped inside. The air was stale, thick with dust and the faint smell of rot. The wooden floorboards groaned under her weight, echoing through the empty house. As she explored, she noticed signs that someone, or something, had been there recently. Footprints in the dust, smudged and too small to belong to her, leading up the stairs to the second floor. Determined not to let fear take hold, Emily set up her camera in the main parlor and started taking notes. She wrote about the creaking floors, the decaying wallpaper, and the eerie silence that seemed almost unnatural. Hours passed, and the sun had long disappeared behind the horizon when she decided to explore the upstairs bedrooms. As she climbed the narrow staircase, she felt a sudden chill, as if someone had opened a window, though all the boards were still in place. At the top, she found a long hallway lined with closed doors. One at the very end was slightly ajar. Curiosity overcame caution. She pushed it open and shone her flashlight inside. The room was small, with a broken crib in one corner and toys scattered across the floor, covered in a thick layer of dust. But what made her blood run cold were the words smeared across the far wall in a dark, sticky substance. "Stay with us forever." Emily's hands trembled as she stepped back. The door slammed shut behind her with a deafening bang. Heart racing, she rushed to open it, but it was stuck. Panic set in as she tugged and pushed, her mind racing with every horror story she'd ever heard. Then she heard it, a soft whisper, almost a sigh, right behind her. "Emily," her drawn out in a thin, wavering voice. She spun around, flashlights sweeping the room, but there was nothing there. Just shadows, shifting strangely in the corners. She backed into the crib and her foot kicked something hard. She bent down and picked up a small doll, its face cracked and hollow-eyed. The whisper came again, closer, and now it wasn't just one voice, it was many, overlapping, echoing from the walls themselves. Suddenly the temperature dropped sharply, her breath visible in the air. The dolls on the floor began to move on their own, shuffling slowly toward her. Their eyes, dark and hollow, seemed to follow her every movement. Emily screamed, pounding on the door, but the whispers only grew louder, chanting her name in an eerie harmony. One of the dolls crawled toward her, its tiny, broken limbs jerking unnaturally. She backed into the corner, realizing that she couldn't escape. They were everywhere, surrounding her. In a desperate move, Emily remembered the window. She grabbed the sash and tried to lift it, but it wouldn't budge. Then she noticed the small attic door above her, barely noticeable in the shadows. Climbing onto the bed, she reached for the handle. As she did, the dolls froze, their heads snapping toward her in unison. She pulled herself through the narrow opening into the attic, the floorboards creaking under her weight. The attic was dark and full of cobwebs, but she could see a faint glow from the far corner. There, a small fireplace had been lit, though there was no wood nearby. Sitting on the floor around it were more dolls, arranged in a circle. They seemed to pulse in the dim light, and Emily could swear she saw shadows moving inside their cracked eyes. Her instinct screamed at her to leave, but the attic door behind her slammed shut on its own. She was trapped. Then she heard it. A child's laughter, soft at first, then growing louder, echoing around the attic. "Play with us," it said, sweet and sing-songy, yet laced with malice. Emily backed into the far wall, looking for another escape, but the shadows seemed to detach from the dolls, stretching along the walls like black smoke, creeping closer and closer. She raised her flashlight, shining it on the circle, and for a brief moment, the shadows recoiled. Taking a deep breath, she made a run for the small hatch in the roof, prying it open with all her strength. Snow and cold air rushed in, biting at her face. She climbed out, gripping the slippery roof as the shadows surged behind her. The dolls were no longer in the attic. They were outside too, their tiny bodies crawling up the walls of the house, their hollow eyes fixed on her. Heart-pounding, Emily scrambled down the snow-covered roof to the ground, barely maintaining her footing. Once she reached the edge of the property, she ran through the deep snow toward the nearest street, where the faint glow of streetlights promised safety. But when she looked back, the Holloway house had changed. The windows were no longer boarded, the walls intact and freshly painted, and through the lit windows she could see them. Dozens of children, their faces pale and twisted, standing silently and staring straight at her. The dolls she had seen before were nowhere, but their presence was felt in the way the snow to shift unnaturally around the house, almost as if the building itself were alive. Emily didn't stop running until she reached Pine Hollow's center, where the townsfolk were enjoying a quiet Christmas celebration. She tried to explain what had happened, but no one believed her. The Holloway house had been abandoned for years, and no one had lived there recently. The town historian insisted the property had been condemned decades ago. Yet Emily knew what she had seen. She returned to Boston after that night, but the memories haunted her. Strange occurrences began to follow her. Her apartment windows would rattle at night. Faint whispers would echo in empty rooms, and the dolls she had packed as souvenirs would occasionally appear in places she didn't leave them. Each Christmas, she dreams of the Holloway house, the children, and the hollow eyes watching from the shadows. Years later, she returned to Pine Hollow, determined to face the house again. The snow was heavier than ever, and the streets were silent. As she approached the property, the house loomed in the same way she remembered, but now the front door was wide open, inviting. Against her better judgment, Emily stepped inside. The warmth of the fireplace hit her immediately, and the faint sound of laughter echoed through the halls. She turned the corner and found herself in the parlor. The room was filled with dolls, hundreds of them arranged as if awaiting her arrival. And in the center, a circle of children sat, their hollow eyes fixed on her. Before she could react, the door slammed shut behind her. The windows frosted over instantly, sealing her inside. The dolls began to move, crawling toward her in a slow, deliberate march. The children's laughter grew deafening, and 1,000 tiny whispers chanted her name. Emily realized too late that she had been lured back. The warmth of the fireplace turned into a burning heat, and the shadows stretched from the walls, enveloping her completely. When the townspeople checked the Holloway house the next morning, it was empty. The snow on the property was untouched, except for a single trail of small footprints leading up to the front door and disappearing inside. Every Christmas since, residents claim that if you pass by the Holloway house, you can see faint lights flickering inside and hear the soft sound of children laughing. Some say the house is waiting for its next visitor, and that Emily Carson is now part of the collection. Another whisper among the dolls calling out to anyone who dares to enter. Story the end. The wind had been whipping through the streets of Cedarville all week, scattering dry leaves across the sidewalks and rattling the Christmas lights that hung crookedly from the eaves of the houses. Most of the town's residents were snug in their homes, sipping hot cocoa or huddled around fireplaces, ignoring the creeping chill that signaled a storm was on the horizon. But for one family, the Merrills, Christmas this year was going to be anything but cozy. The Merrills had just moved into an old Victorian house at the edge of town. It had been empty for years. The previous owners vanished without explanation, leaving the house to fall into disrepair. The realtor had assured them it was a fixer-upper with character, a phrase that hadn't comforted Emily Merrill, who had insisted on seeing the house one more time before signing. There was an odd feeling about it, something in the air that smelled faintly of smoke and pine, as if the house remembered fires long gone and trees long fallen. But it was December, and the family wanted a home with enough space for their 3 children. They ignored the unease. The first night in the house was quiet, the kind of quiet that presses on your chest and makes it hard to breathe. Emily had stayed up late unpacking boxes in the living room while her husband Mark tried to wrestle the kids into sleep in the back bedrooms. Around midnight, she heard it, a soft creak from the hallway outside. She froze, listening. It could have been the wind. It could have been the old house settling. But then came another sound, faint scratching like claws on wood. Emily's stomach tightened. She convinced herself it was a rat or maybe a branch brushing against the window. The next morning, Mark found muddy footprints on the staircase, small ones, as if a child had padded barefoot across the old carpet. But their children, ages 6, 8, and 10, were still asleep, tucked tightly in their beds. When Emily asked about the prints, Mark chuckled, suggesting that perhaps the previous owner's children had left them, and they were old enough to have just been forgotten. Emily didn't laugh. Something about the footprints, slightly smeared and darkened as if soaked in something other than mud, unsettled her. By the 3rd day, the strange occurrences began to escalate. The Christmas tree, set up in the corner of the living room, would be knocked over overnight, only for the ornaments to be scattered in odd patterns, circles, triangles, shapes Emily didn't recognize. The children spoke of a man in the corner, always just beyond their vision, watching. Emily attributed it to excitement, to the new house and the magic of Christmas. But Mark noticed the change too. The children grew quieter, withdrawn, glancing at shadows that weren't there. It was on Christmas Eve that things took a darker turn. The family had invited neighbors over, a small gathering to break in the new home. Laughter filled the air, and the fire crackled as Mark carved the turkey, trying to distract from the chill outside. But Emily couldn't shake the feeling that something was wrong. Every time she turned her head, she caught glimpses of movement at the edge of the room, shadows that shifted unnaturally. The children, who should have been delighted by the company, clung to her side, pale and trembling. After everyone left, the house fell silent. Emily tucked the kids into bed and sat alone in the living room, staring at the flickering lights of the tree. That's when she heard the whispering. At first it was faint, like the rustle of paper, but then it grew louder, clearer. "Help us! Help us!" it said, a chorus of voices layered over one another. Emily froze, her hand pressed against her chest. The fire sputtered, and the room grew colder. The whispers became urgent, almost pleading. She tried to call Mark, but the phone line was dead. The sound of footsteps followed her up the stairs, slow and deliberate, echoing from the hallway outside the children's rooms. Emily's heart pounded in her ears as she reached the top, only to find the hallway empty. The whispers ceased, replaced by a thudding, dragging sound from the basement. Emily descended cautiously, each step creaking beneath her weight. The basement was pitch black, the kind of darkness that seems to absorb the feeble glow of a flashlight. She flicked the switch, and the old bulb sputtered to life, illuminating the cold concrete floor. And there they were, figures huddled in the corner, pale and thin, their eyes wide with terror. Not ghosts, not exactly, something else. The smell of decay was overwhelming. One of them, a small boy, reached out with trembling hands. "He's coming," he whispered. "The man in the corner, he's coming." Emily stumbled back, horror rooting her to the spot. Before she could speak, a shadow moved along the far wall, stretching unnaturally, impossible in shape and speed. Mark came running down the stairs, having heard her scream, but the basement was empty now. The figures, the shadow, the voices, all gone. Mark tried to calm her, attributing it to exhaustion and stress, but Emily knew what she had seen. The house wasn't empty. It had never been empty. Christmas morning arrived, gray and overcast. The kids were nowhere to be found. The Merrills searched the house frantically, calling their names, checking closets, under beds, even behind the tree. Nothing. The police arrived later, combing the property, but there were no signs of forced entry, no footprints leading away from the house, just a strange warmth near the fireplace and the faint smell of burning pine. Days later, the neighbors reported seeing strange lights in the windows, shadows moving behind drawn curtains. Some claimed to hear laughter at odd hours, children playing, but when they looked closer they could see no one. The house sat empty for weeks, the Merrills having abandoned it in terror, leaving their belongings behind. The realtor tried to sell it again, but no one would stay more than a night. Years passed, and Cedarville learned to avoid the house at the edge of town. Children dared each other to approach the gate, only to run screaming when the windows seemed to glow from within, showing scenes of people, sometimes families, trapped behind walls, reaching out as if pleading for release. One Christmas, a local historian dug through the archives and found mention of the previous owners, a family who had vanished on Christmas Eve decades earlier. Rumor had it they had dabbled in dark rituals, attempting to summon spirits to guard their home forever. But it wasn't just a story. Every family that tried to live there vanished, one by one, leaving the house to grow colder, darker, hungrier. And sometimes when the wind howled just right, passing drivers swore they could hear faint whispers. "Help us! Help us! He's coming!" The Merrills moved far away to a town where the wind didn't carry strange whispers and the houses didn't remember the dead. But Emily could never shake the memory of those eyes in the basement, the boy who had reached for her, the shadow that moved without shape. Each Christmas, she found herself checking on her children, wondering if something had followed them, a fragment of that darkness, waiting for the right moment to return. And in Cedarville, the house still waits, the lights flickering weakly behind broken windows, the faintest trace of smoke and pine drifting through the night. Those brave enough to approach say the tree is always decorated perfectly, though no one is inside. And if you press your ear to the door, sometimes, just sometimes, you can hear the faint sound of footsteps upstairs and whispers from the corner calling for help that will never come. Story: the end. It was Christmas Eve in the small town of Pine Hollow. a place where the streets were always blanketed in snow and the houses glowed warmly with festive lights. Families bustled about, finishing their last-minute shopping, while children dragged sleds through the icy streets, their laughter echoing into the crisp night air. Among them, the Miller family had just finished decorating their modest two-story home at the edge of town. Emma and Daniel Miller, both in their early 40s, were proud parents of 12-year-old Lily and 8-year-old Max. This year had been especially hard on them. Emma's father had passed earlier in the year, and Daniel had barely kept his small carpentry business afloat. But they were determined to give their children a happy Christmas. As darkness settled, the Millers gathered around the fireplace. The scent of cinnamon and pine filled the room, and the tree sparkled with twinkling lights. Emma noticed that outside the snow was falling harder than usual, coating the world in a thick, suffocating white. Daniel, trying to reassure her, said, "It's just a snowstorm. Makes the holidays feel cozier." But there was a strange tension in the air, a chill that didn't come from the winter cold. Lily tugged at her mother's sleeve. "Mom, I think I saw someone outside," she whispered. Emma looked out the window, but saw nothing but snow swirling in the lamplight. "It's probably just a shadow, sweetie. Don't worry about it." Hours passed, and the Millers settled into bed, the children excited for Santa's arrival. Around midnight, Daniel was woken by the sound of faint knocking at the front door. He frowned, rubbing his eyes. Who could possibly be out in this storm? "Emma, did you hear that?" he whispered. Emma, still half asleep, nodded. "Maybe it's someone lost? Should we check?" Daniel grabbed a flashlight and cautiously opened the door. The porch was empty, save for a single pair of footprints in the fresh snow leading up to the steps. They didn't seem to belong to anyone in town. These were larger, heavier, and oddly spaced, as if whoever had walked here had a limp. He shone the flashlight across the yard but saw nothing moving. A shiver ran down his spine. "Probably just some drunk guy," he muttered, closing the door. But as he turned, he noticed something unsettling. A small, wrapped package sitting on the doorstep that hadn't been there before. It was wrapped in old, faded paper with no name on it. Against his better judgment, Daniel picked it up and brought it inside. Emma frowned as he set it on the kitchen table. "We didn't order anything," she said. They unwrapped it slowly, revealing a handmade wooden toy, an intricately carved wooden Santa, smiling too widely, with bright glassy eyes that seemed to glint in the dim light. Max, who had wandered into the kitchen, immediately took a liking to it. "Can I keep it?" he asked. "Of course," Daniel said, handing it over. But as Max hugged the toy, Daniel couldn't shake the unease creeping over him. Something about the figure felt wrong, almost alive. He decided to set it on the mantelpiece, hoping it would be harmless. The rest of the night passed uneventfully, but the strange events began the next morning. Lily woke screaming from her bedroom. Daniel and Emma rushed in to find her pointing at the corner of the room. "There's a man there!" she shouted. Emma scanned the room, but the corner was empty. "Sweetie, it's okay. There's no one there." But Lily was adamant. "He's looking at me. He's smiling!" Daniel felt a cold knot form in his stomach. He told the kids to stay together while he and Emma searched the house. Everything seemed normal. The front door was locked, windows were shut tight, and no one had entered. But when he returned to the living room, his blood ran cold. The wooden Santa toy was no longer on the mantelpiece. It was sitting in the middle of the room, facing the fireplace as if watching them. For days, strange things escalated. Objects moved on their own. The children claimed to hear whispers at night, soft voices chanting their names. Shadows flickered across the walls, but whenever Daniel and Emma tried to see them, they vanished. One night, Emma awoke to the sound of someone breathing heavily beside her bed. She bolted upright, only to find the wooden Santa toy perched on her nightstand, its eyes glinting in the moonlight. It wasn't just the family noticing the toy's movement. One evening, Daniel returned from his workshop to find footprints in the snow outside the house, forming a strange, looping pattern around the property. The footprints led directly to the door, and at the center, another package lay waiting. This one was wrapped in dark, crumpled paper, and when they opened it, they found a small, lifelike doll, its features disturbingly similar to Max, down to the curls in his hair and the blue eyes. Panic set in. Daniel tried to burn the first Santa toy, but no matter what they did, it reappeared in the house the next morning, untouched by fire. The doll of Max disappeared after a single night, but was replaced by others, a miniature version of Lily, a tiny carving of Daniel himself. They never knew where they came from, only that the house seemed to be filling with them. By Christmas Eve, the Millers were living in terror. The children refused to sleep alone, and even Daniel and Emma stayed in the living room, taking turns watching the strange toys and shadows that now populated every room. They considered leaving Pine Hollow entirely, but the snowstorm had grown so severe that they were trapped. Then came the knocking, not a polite knock, but a relentless pounding on the front door. It started at midnight, echoing through the house. Daniel approached cautiously, but before he could open the door, the lights went out. The house was plunged into darkness, save for the faint glow of the fireplace. Shadows danced along the walls, and the soft sound of whispers turned into voices screaming in unison. "Open the door. Let us in." Daniel's hands shook as he tried to relight the lantern. Emma clutched the children, trembling, and then, through the blackness, he saw them. Figures at the windows, their faces pale and distorted, pressing their hands against the glass. There were dozens of them, all staring in, their mouths moving, but no sound came, except for the voice in their heads, loud and demanding. "Let us in. Let us in." Desperation overtook Daniel. He grabbed the wooden Santa toy and hurled it into the fireplace. Flames roared, and the room shook as if the house itself were alive. The screaming stopped abruptly, leaving only an oppressive silence. The figures at the windows vanished, and the snowstorm outside quieted to a gentle fall. For a long time, no one spoke. The children clung to their parents, and Emma whispered prayers she hadn't said in years. When dawn broke, the Millers finally ventured outside. Everything was normal. No footprints, no packages, no sign of the previous night's horrors. It was as if it had never happened. The Millers left Pine Hollow the next day, abandoning their home. Friends and neighbors were puzzled. They hadn't heard of any strange occurrences, and the Millers' house remained quiet and ordinary. But even years later, Daniel would wake on cold winter nights, feeling the weight of invisible eyes watching him. Emma sometimes found small, unfamiliar toys on the doorstep, wrapped in old paper. And the children never liked Santa Claus again. They never trusted Christmas morning, never again felt safe in the warmth of their home. The Millers eventually rebuilt their lives in a new town, far from Pine Hollow. But every December, no matter how far they were, they remembered the sound of the pounding at the door, the whispers, and the eyes in the dark. And every year, on Christmas Eve, a sense of dread settled over them, the reminder that some gifts are far worse than none at all. Story the end. The snow fell heavily that Christmas Eve in Marlow, a small town in Vermont where the streets were usually quiet. But tonight, the wind carried a bitter chill that felt sharper than usual. Sarah and her husband, Matt, had just moved into an old Victorian house at the edge of town. They had bought it for its charm, unaware that the previous owner had vanished under mysterious circumstances nearly 20 years ago. The locals whispered about it, claiming the house had a presence, but Sarah dismissed it as small-town superstition. By late afternoon, the couple had finished decorating the house with wreaths, garlands, and a modest Christmas tree in the living room. Outside, the snow had piled high, and the street lamps glowed dimly through the storm. Matt built a small fire in the fireplace while Sarah unpacked the ornaments. The warm glow inside the house created a stark contrast to the darkness and cold outside. It was the perfect picture of a cozy Christmas until Sarah noticed it. Faint scratches along the back door. At first, she thought it was the cat, but they didn't have a cat. She laughed it off when Matt came into the room, brushing off the unease. Old houses settle, creak, and scratch. It's probably nothing, he said. Later that evening, as they sat down for a simple dinner, they heard a knock at the door. It was soft but deliberate, repeated twice. They both froze. Nobody ever knocked at this hour, especially in the middle of a blizzard. Matt cautiously approached the door, peering through the peephole, but saw only the snow swirling in the street. "Probably just some lost traveler," he said, though his voice lacked conviction. When he opened the door, there was nothing there. The rest of the evening passed uneventfully, until Sarah went to hang the last ornament on the top of the tree. She felt a sudden cold draft behind her, though every window and door was closed. The hairs on her neck stood up as she turned, half expecting someone to be standing there. The hallway was empty. Matt called her from the kitchen, but the sense of being watched lingered. Later that night, as they were about to sleep, the faint sound of footsteps echoed from the attic. It was soft at first, then grew more insistent, like someone pacing back and forth. Matt, trying to calm Sarah, went upstairs to check, but found nothing. He shrugged it off, blaming it on the old house's settling floors. But Sarah couldn't shake the feeling that something was moving just beyond her sight. At 2 a.m., the phone rang. The shrill sound pierced the quiet house. Matt picked it up, expecting a wrong number. Instead, a distorted voice whispered, "Get out before it's too late." The line went dead. Sarah clutched his arm. "We should leave," she whispered, but Matt insisted it was some prank caller. The next morning, the snow had stopped, but the streets were deserted. When they ventured outside, they noticed their neighbors weren't around. The usual Christmas decorations on porches were absent, and the town felt oddly deserted, like the world had gone silent. When they returned home, the front door was slightly ajar, even though Matt had locked it. Inside, the living room looked untouched, but the tree had changed. Ornaments were rearranged, as if someone had been there overnight. Worse, there were handprints in the dust on the mantel, but no one had been there to leave them. Sarah screamed when she saw it. One of the handprints was smeared in what looked like blood. Matt wanted to leave, but when he tried to start the car, the engine wouldn't turn over. Panicking, he ran back inside, only to find the house's interior subtly altered. The hallways seemed longer, the rooms slightly warped, and shadows moved where they shouldn't. Sarah pointed to the mirror in the hallway. Their reflections were off, delayed, flickering. And then, behind them in the mirror, a figure stood, tall, gaunt, wearing an old-fashioned Santa suit. They spun around, but the figure was gone. The sense of dread intensified. Sarah grabbed Matt and they tried to leave the house on foot. As they approached the driveway, the snow seemed to stretch endlessly. Every step forward felt like walking in place, as if the house itself was bending reality around them. Back inside, the figure reappeared, now sitting in the rocking chair by the fireplace. Its head slowly turned to face them. The eyes were hollow, dark voids, and the grin stretched unnaturally wide. It raised a hand, pointing at them, and whispered in a rasping voice, "Stay. Forever." Terrified, Matt grabbed a fire poker and lunged, but the figure vanished, only to reappear behind Sarah, brushing cold air against her neck. They stumbled through the house, doors slamming shut on their own. The lights flickered, and every clock in the house stopped at 3:33 a.m. Sarah found an old photo album in the attic, covered in dust. Inside were pictures of families celebrating Christmas in the house, but each photograph had one child missing, their faces scratched out. The last page had a single photo, a family that looked like them, standing in the living room, but the eyes of the figures were hollow black voids, just like the Santa figure. The realization hit them. The house had been collecting families, feeding off their fear every Christmas. The missing neighbors, the cold drafts, the shifting hallways. It was a trap, a supernatural entity tied to the holiday. The storm returned that night. Trapped inside, Sarah and Matt tried to barricade themselves in the kitchen. The Santa figure appeared at every doorway, watching them silently, never moving but always present. The whispers started then, dozens of voices chanting their names, calling them to the attic. Driven by desperation, Matt remembered the stories about the previous owner who had disappeared without a trace. He ran to the attic to investigate, hoping to find a clue. The attic was filled with toys, old decorations, and a large mirror framed in garish gold. The whispers were deafening now, and the reflection in the mirror showed not their faces, but the hollow-eyed figures from the photo album. Sarah screamed, trying to pull him back, but the mirror pulled him in as if it were a portal. The Santa figure appeared behind her, slow and deliberate, raising its hand. She ran blindly, the house shifting around her, hallways elongating into infinite corridors. Behind her, the laughter of children echoed, mixed with a distorted metallic jingling, like Christmas bells twisted into something sinister. By morning, the town was silent. Snow covered the streets, smooth and untouched. The house stood alone as if abandoned. Neighbors reported hearing faint music from the house, like carols sung off-key, and some swore they saw a tall figure in a Santa suit moving in the windows. Weeks later, the local authorities investigated the house after a neighbor reported strange noises. They found the front door unlocked and the living room immaculate, but there was no sign of Sarah or Matt. Every trace of them had vanished, as if swallowed by the house. The attic mirror remained, reflecting the empty room, but if you looked closely, some swore you could see two figures behind the glass, eyes hollow, trapped forever. And every Christmas, the townspeople whisper, the old house still collects new families, its presence lurking in the shadows, waiting for the next storm, the next unwitting couple, to feed the same way it did for Sarah and Matt. Story the end. The snow had started falling on Christmas Eve, thick and heavy, blanketing the small town of Willow Creek in a pure, quiet white. Streetlights cast long shadows on the snow-covered roads, and the occasional car passed by, leaving tire tracks that disappeared as quickly as they came. Most people were inside, warm by their fireplaces, finishing last-minute preparations for the holiday. But not everyone. Tommy Harris, a 32-year-old mailman, had been finishing his last deliveries of the day. He'd grown up in Willow Creek and knew the streets like the back of his hand, but tonight the town felt different, empty, eerily quiet. Even the usual jingles of Christmas music from radios and homes seemed muted, swallowed by the wind that howled through the alleys. He had one house left, an old, decrepit Victorian on the outskirts of town, known to locals as the Whitmore Place. It had been abandoned for years after old Mr. Wyatt Whitmore died in the winter of '98. The stories were whispered, the kind where children claimed to see shadowy figures in the attic window or hear strange laughter on silent nights. Most dismissed it as superstition, but Tommy had always felt uneasy about it. Tommy shook off the feeling and pulled the mailbag from his shoulder. The house loomed at the end of a narrow driveway, shrouded by skeletal trees and frost-covered shrubs. He walked up to the mailbox, which creaked ominously as he lifted the flap. Inside was a single envelope addressed to no one in particular, the handwriting jagged like someone had written it in a hurry. He frowned. "Weird," he muttered, slipping it into his bag. As he turned to leave, a sound made him freeze. It was faint at first, a soft tapping, like nails against glass, from the front porch. Tommy's heart quickened. He squinted through the falling snow. The porch was empty. "Probably a branch," he muttered, though he didn't believe it. The wind was dead calm right there. Then the tapping came again, louder. He stepped back, instincts screaming at him to leave, but something compelled him forward. Curiosity, or maybe the thrill of fear. He climbed the steps to the porch. The front door was slightly ajar, swaying in the wind, even though he could have sworn it had been closed tight. "Hello?" he called, his voice trembling slightly. No answer, just the groan of the old house settling. He pushed the door open further. Inside, the house smelled of decay and something else, like burnt sugar. The hallway was dark, but a faint glow came from upstairs, flickering as if someone had a candle lit. Tommy took the first step toward the stairs, and that's when he heard it. Laughter. Low, wet, and chilling, like someone had been trapped in the house for years, crying and laughing at the same time. It was coming from the attic. He froze. "This is stupid," he whispered to himself, but he couldn't turn back now. Something inside him knew he wasn't alone. He ascended the stairs slowly, each step groaning beneath his weight. The attic door was closed, but the candlelight flickered beneath it. He reached out to touch the doorknob, and the door burst open before his hand could even meet it. The room was empty, except for an old rocking chair in the center, moving gently as if someone had just been sitting in it. The candle had gone out, plunging the room into darkness. Then he saw it. A figure in the corner, hunched over, rocking back and forth. It was a man, or at least it had once been. Its skin was pale and stretched tight across its bones, eyes hollow, teeth gnawed down to sharp points. It looked directly at Tommy, and the sound that came from its throat wasn't human. A gurgling, wet, horrifying sound. Tommy stumbled backward, tripping over a loose floorboard. The figure lunged impossibly fast, and he scrambled toward the door, heart pounding, every step slipping on the old wooden floors. He ran down the stairs, out the front door, and didn't stop until he reached his car. He drove without thinking, snow spraying from the tires until he reached the safety of his apartment. He locked every door, every window, and sat trembling, trying to make sense of what he'd seen. It had to be some homeless person or a prank, right? But the thing in the attic, it wasn't human. Morning came, and the snow had turned to a gray slush. Tommy decided he had to go back and check, maybe call the police. He needed to prove it was real, but when he returned to the Whitmore house, it was gone, completely gone. No Victorian mansion, no driveway, not even the mailbox, just a patch of snow-covered woods. He rubbed his eyes. Maybe he'd imagined it, a trick of the cold, fatigue, and holiday stress. But when he turned to leave, he noticed the envelope in his glove compartment, the same jagged handwriting from last night. He opened it, and inside was a single line, "See you next Christmas." For weeks, he tried to convince himself it was a cruel joke, maybe by some local teens, but no one admitted to it. And then small things began happening around him. Items in his apartment moved on their own. Footsteps echoed in empty rooms. And at night, sometimes, he could hear that same wet, gurgling laughter drifting through the vents. By the time Christmas rolled around again, Tommy hadn't left his apartment in a week. The snow fell heavily that evening, mirroring last year's storm. He sat in the dark, praying it was all just imagination. When he heard it, soft tapping at the window, his heart froze. He didn't want to look, but he couldn't resist. Slowly, he turned his head. There, pressed against the glass, was the figure from the attic, smiling with those gnawed teeth, eyes hollow but somehow knowing him. It raised a skeletal hand and tapped the window again. Panicked, Tommy ran to the door, but it wouldn't budge. He ran to the balcony, tried the fire escape, anything. But the building seemed to shift around him, hallways stretching longer than they should, doors leading to rooms that didn't exist. The laughter grew louder, surrounding him, mocking him. Then came the knock on his door, slow, deliberate. Tommy froze, staring at the door. The envelope from last year had appeared again on the floor, slid under the crack like it had never left. With trembling hands, he opened it. Another single line, written in the same jagged, desperate scrawl. "Merry Christmas, Tommy." The laughter now came from inside the apartment, circling him. His phone refused to work. The lights flickered, and in the dim glow he could see shadows forming, stretching toward him. And in the corner, that figure, rocking slowly in an invisible chair, staring directly at him, waiting. Tommy screamed, but no sound came out. The figure stepped forward, and as it did, the room seemed to stretch, the walls closing in. Panic overtook him, his mind racing. He tried to run, but the floor dissolved beneath his feet, and he fell into darkness. Hours later, a neighbor found his apartment empty, Christmas lights still blinking, snow piled against the windows, but no sign of Tommy. Just the envelope lying on the kitchen table, open and waiting. The handwriting had changed this time. It was neat, precise, almost familiar. "See you next year." That Christmas and every Christmas since, locals in Willow Creek swear they see a pale figure in the snow, wandering alone near the edge of the woods, holding a letter, waiting. And sometimes on quiet nights, they hear the wet, gurgling laughter drifting through the town, echoing across the empty streets. People who move to the town often leave after a year or two, citing the strange occurrences around Christmas or a feeling of being watched. But those who stay, well, they make sure to keep their doors locked, their windows barred, and never, ever go out after the snow starts falling on Christmas Eve, because the figure doesn't just wait, it remembers, and it always comes back. Story: The end. The snow had started falling lightly on Christmas Eve, coating the small town of Coldwater, Pennsylvania, in a thick white blanket. Streetlights glowed faintly through the fog of falling snow, casting long shadows across the sidewalks. Most of the town was quiet, except for the occasional jingle of bells from a passing car or the muffled laughter of children building snowmen in their front yards. But for the Henderson family, the night felt anything but peaceful. Mark Henderson, a tall man with graying hair and a permanent crease between his brows, had been feeling uneasy all day. He chalked it up to stress. The year had been rough, with layoffs at his company and a recent break-in at a neighbor's house that had left everyone on edge. But tonight there was something different. As he hung the last ornament on the Christmas tree in the living room, he felt a chill that wasn't from the drafty old house. The lights on the tree flickered momentarily, and he caught a glimpse of something in the corner of his eye, a shadow that moved without a source. "Mark, you coming to the kitchen?" his wife Laura called cheerfully, oblivious to his unease. "Yeah, just a second," he replied, forcing a smile. He shook his head and turned back to the tree, convincing himself it was nothing. Outside, the wind had picked up, howling through the gaps in the window frames. The house seemed to groan under the pressure of the storm, and the soft tap of snow against the roof sounded almost like footsteps pacing. Mark tried to ignore it, pouring himself a cup of eggnog and settling into the couch. Laura joined him with a plate of cookies, humming a carol softly. Their children, Emily and Ben, were upstairs, presumably trying to stay awake long enough to catch a glimpse of Santa. Around 11:30 p.m., the power flickered. 1 second, the room was bathed in warm light. The next, it plunged into shadow. The flicker lasted barely a second, but in that instant, Mark swore he saw a face pressed against the window, a pale, twisted face with hollow eyes staring directly at him. "Did you see that?" he asked, his voice tight. Laura shook her head. "See what?" I thought I saw someone at the window," he stammered. He laughed nervously, trying to shake it off. "Must be my imagination." He went to check the front door, a habit born from years of unease since the break-in down the street. When he opened it, snow rushed in, and the yard was empty. No footprints, no signs of anyone being there. Just the wind, whispering through the trees. Trying to calm himself, Mark returned inside and told Laura he was going to bed early. Upstairs, Emily and Ben were dozing, their small faces peaceful in the dim light. But as he closed the door to their room, he noticed something odd. There were tiny footprints in the snow that had somehow made it through the hallway to the children's room, leaving wet trails on the carpet. Mark froze. He crouched to inspect them, his heart pounding. The prints weren't human. They were too small and oddly shaped, like tiny claws had pressed into the carpet. He traced them back to the doorway, but they stopped suddenly, as if whatever had made them had vanished. Laura called his name from downstairs. "Mark, are you okay up there?" "I'm fine. Just checking on the kids," he replied, though his voice betrayed him. He brushed it off as exhaustion and went to bed, leaving the unsettling thought behind. Around midnight, a loud crash echoed from the basement. It sounded like a chair tipping over, but the basement was empty. Laura woke to the sound, clutching her robe tightly. "Mark," she whispered. He got up, grabbing a flashlight. "Stay here," he said, though his own voice trembled. Slowly, he descended the creaking stairs, the beam of light cutting through the darkness. The basement smelled colder than the rest of the house, damp and metallic, and he could feel his skin prickle. On the floor, the chair lay on its side, but the odd part was the snow. Fresh snow, he realized with a chill, had somehow piled on the steps leading into the basement. He scanned the room, flashlight shaking in his hand. The corners were filled with shadows, each one deeper than it should have been. Then he saw it, a figure crouched near the furnace. Its skin was gray and mottled, its head too large for its thin frame. It had no mouth, just an eerie, toothless slit that twitched as it moved. What are you?" Mark stammered. The creature tilted its head, and a low, almost musical hum came from it, like wind over icicles. Mark dropped the flashlight, and the beam skittered across the basement, past this, illuminating the thing for only a second before darkness swallowed it again. When he looked back, it was gone. Panicking, Mark ran upstairs, locking the basement door behind him. Laura was pale, clutching the railing. "We need to call someone," she said. "No signal," Mark said, trying the cell phone. The screen read, "No service." Even the landline was dead. The wind outside had grown into a violent storm, and the house shook as though it were being tested by some unseen force. Suddenly, Emily screamed. Mark and Laura ran to her room. The children were gone. The bed was empty, sheets tangled on the floor. Only the window was open, and more of those tiny clawed footprints trailed into the snow outside. Mark grabbed his coat and ran into the blizzard, calling the children's names. He could hear them, Emily's soft sobs and Ben's quiet whimpers, but they seemed to be coming from nowhere and everywhere at once. He followed the sound into the woods behind the house, the snow slick under his boots, branches clawing at his face, and then he saw them. Not his children, but twisted versions of them. Their eyes were black voids, their faces stretched and wrong. They moved in jerky, unnatural motions, whispering his children's names in voices that weren't theirs. "No!" Mark shouted, rushing forward, but the snow swallowed his steps. He lunged, and the figures vanished down, leaving only footprints that led deeper into the trees. Behind him, he thought he heard laughter, soft, cruel, and impossibly human. When he finally made it back to the house, exhausted and shaking, Laura was gone too. The front door was wide open, swinging in the wind. Inside, ornaments were scattered, the Christmas tree half knocked over, and the fireplace had turned cold. The house smelled of snow and decay. Mark spent the night searching the woods, calling for his family, but by morning there was no sign of them. The town's police found him later, wandering along the road, frostbitten and muttering about shadows and clawed footprints. No one believed him at first. Coldwater was a quiet town, and stories of monsters weren't taken seriously. Weeks passed. Mark moved in with his brother in another town, but he couldn't escape the memories. Each Christmas, he dreamed of the basement figure, the clawed footprints, and the twisted faces of his children. One night, as he lay awake by the fire, he thought he heard the wind whispering through the trees outside, calling his name in a chorus of voices. Not his children, not his wife, but something else, waiting. Years later, a new family moved into the Henderson house. They reported strange happenings, the Christmas lights flickering on their own, faint scratching sounds in the walls, and sometimes small wet footprints appearing out of nowhere in the snow. Locals whispered about the house being cursed, but no one really knew the truth. Mark never stopped searching. Every year, he drove back to Coldwater, combing the woods and calling for the family he lost. But every year the snow swallowed his cries, and the shadows grew longer, whispering that the house and the horrors within it had claimed them forever. And the town of Coldwater learned to lock their doors extra tight on Christmas Eve, because sometimes, just sometimes, the shadows wanted to celebrate too. Story the end. It was Christmas Eve in Cedar Falls, a small Midwestern town blanketed in snow. The streets were quiet, except for the occasional crunch of tires over ice and the faint hum of holiday music from the few homes that still kept their decorations lit. The Hawkins family had just finished putting the last ornaments on their tree, a tall full spruce in the corner of their living room. Caroline Hawkins, the mother, smiled at the lights reflecting off the glass ornaments, a sense of calm settling over her. Her husband, Greg, was in the kitchen preparing cocoa, and their 12-year-old son, Tommy, was sprawled on the floor, rearranging the presents beneath the tree. Earlier that week, a storm had knocked out power to parts of town, but the Hawkins neighborhood had remained untouched. Still, the stories of houses abandoned for days on end, with frozen interiors and groceries rotting inside, had everyone on edge. There were whispers that some people had even vanished during the storm, leaving only their footprints in the snow as evidence they had ever existed. The Hawkins had shrugged off the warnings. Christmas was sacred, and they refused to let fear ruin it. Around 9 o'clock, the wind outside began to pick up. The flurries turned into heavy, swirling snow, battering the windows with a harsh insistence. Caroline wrapped herself in a blanket and tried to read, but the howling wind made it nearly impossible to concentrate. Greg had just brought Tommy more cocoa when they all heard it, a faint, deliberate knocking on the front door. "Who could that be at this hour?" Caroline murmured, her voice tight. Greg frowned. "I don't know. I didn't see anyone outside when I checked the driveway earlier." Tommy, ever curious, crept toward the window. "Maybe it's Santa," he said half-jokingly, pressing his face against the frosted glass. His breath fogged the pane, and for a moment the shapes outside were indistinguishable. Then, through the thickening snow, he saw a figure. Just one. Standing in the driveway, completely still. Caroline's hand trembled slightly as she whispered, "It's probably someone who got stuck in the storm." Greg nodded and grabbed a flashlight. He opened the door cautiously. The wind rushed in, carrying with it a bitter, icy chill. The driveway was empty, the fresh snow untouched except for the single set of footprints leading up to their door, prints that seemed unnaturally large with a strange, elongated shape. They stopped right at the doorstep. Greg stepped outside, scanning the yard with the flashlight. Nothing. Just snow. "Weird," he muttered. He shut the door, locking it behind him. "Probably just some kid messing around. It's Christmas Eve. People prank each other sometimes." But the knocking came again, louder this time. Not timid, not accidental, but rhythmic, like someone or something wanted to make sure they were heard. Caroline clutched Greg's arm. I think we should call the police." Greg shook his head. It's Christmas Eve. The station's probably swamped. We can't just sit here freaking out. Let's just see who it is through the peephole. They approached the door, and through the small circular window, they saw nothing but swirling snow. No figure. No footprints. The knocking had stopped entirely. Caroline's heart raced, and she was certain she had heard breathing outside, low and raspy, almost like someone struggling to speak. Tommy tugged at her sleeve. Mom, it's probably just the wind. Can we open one present now? Caroline forced a laugh, though it felt hollow. Sure, honey, let's try to ignore it. They settled by the tree, and as the minutes ticked by, the house fell into a tense silence. Then the sound came again, but this time it wasn't at the door. It was coming from the living room window. Heavy, deliberate raps that vibrated through the glass. Greg froze. Caroline, that's the window. You saw the footprints. Nothing out there makes sense. Tommy's face turned pale. Mom, Dad, someone's out there. Greg grabbed the baseball bat from the corner and approached the window. The snowstorm outside had intensified, making visibility almost zero. He shined the flashlight into the swirling white, and then he saw it. A face pressed against the glass, distorted and pale, with hollow eyes that reflected the light unnaturally. The mouth moved, but no sound came out. Caroline screamed. Greg swung the bat, but when it hit the glass, the face was gone. The window was intact. The snow had erased every trace of a person outside. They tried to call 911, but the line was dead. Static buzzed through the phone instead. Panic set in. Tommy hid under the tree, sobbing, while Caroline and Greg paced, trying to rationalize the situation. Hours seemed to pass in a blur. The knocking, the rapping, and the whispers continued sporadically throughout the night. Sometimes it was the front door, sometimes the windows, sometimes even the walls themselves, as if something were moving inside the house undetected. Every time they checked, nothing was there. Around 3 a.m, the power flickered and went out completely. The house was plunged into darkness. Caroline found the old candles in the drawer and lit them, their flickering glow casting long shadows that seemed to dance along the walls. That's when they noticed the tree. The ornaments had shifted, not by much, but enough that they were angled in unnatural ways, as if something had brushed past them. The presents under the tree were untouched, yet they felt wrong, heavy, like they were breathing. Tommy whimpered, refusing to look. Then they heard it, the slow, deliberate creaking of the stairs. Someone or something was coming down from the second floor. Greg held the bat tight, whispering, "Stay behind me." Caroline grabbed Tommy and pressed him against her chest. The sound grew louder, closer, and then from the shadows of the hallway a figure emerged. Tall, impossibly thin, its skin pallid and stretched tight over bones. Its eyes were black voids, and it smiled without moving its lips. It held something in its hand, a small jagged knife, rusted and dark. Tommy screamed, and the thing tilted its head almost curiously. It didn't move toward them immediately, but instead glided down the hallway, making no sound despite the proximity. The candles flickered, then went out, leaving the room in darkness again. When the lights returned moments later, the figure was gone. Only the tree remained, its ornaments now shattered, and the presents torn open, as if clawed at by invisible hands. The storm outside showed no signs of stopping. Greg tried to barricade the doors and windows, but it felt futile. Every time he turned his back, he thought he heard soft footsteps behind him. Caroline held Tommy tightly, whispering prayers under her breath. By dawn, the snow had stopped, leaving the neighborhood silent and white. The Hawkins house was a wreck. The neighbors, once cheerful and bustling with holiday spirit, had vanished. Their footprints stopped abruptly in the snow outside. Greg opened the front door to check, and that's when he saw it. More footprints leading away from the house, large and irregular, melting into the untouched snow. The path led into the woods behind their property and disappeared entirely. No signs of struggle, no bodies, nothing. They packed a few essentials and left, abandoning the house to whatever had visited them. As they drove down the icy roads, they passed other homes, all with lights flickering or completely out, some showing signs of frantic abandonment, doors left wide open, dishes shattered, furniture overturned. Years later, Caroline and Greg never returned to Cedar Falls. Tommy refused to speak of that night, but he never celebrated Christmas the same way again. Every holiday, every snowstorm, he would wake up in the middle of the night, convinced he could hear knocking, footsteps, or the faint breathing of something watching from just outside his window. Occasionally, news reports would trickle in about disappearances during storms, houses found empty, with strange footprints leading nowhere. Cedar Falls became a ghost town in all but name. Locals whispered of a presence that came with the snow, something that took more than just warmth or food. It took certainty, peace, safety, and sometimes the people themselves. Caroline sometimes thinks back to that Christmas Eve, to the face at the window, the shifting ornaments, and the silent stalking figure. She knows, somewhere out there in the snow and dark, it waits, patient for the next home daring to celebrate. And she knows one thing for certain: the thing that came to them that night isn't bound by doors or walls, and it doesn't care for holiday cheer. Story, the end. The snow had started falling on December 23rd, thick and wet, coating the small town of Pinecrest in a blanket of white. It was the kind of snow that made everything look picturesque. Twinkling lights reflected off the fresh powder, and smoke curled from the chimneys of tightly packed houses. But in the stillness of the early evening, it also made the world feel isolated, the kind of quiet that pressed against your ears and made every crack of a branch or shuffle of a boot sound like a scream. Emily and her younger brother, Sam, were at home with their parents, finishing the last-minute touches on the Christmas tree. Pinecrest was small enough that everyone knew everyone else, and the local tradition was to have the entire family involved in decorating. That night, Emily noticed that the lights on the tree flickered oddly. At first, she thought it was just a loose bulb, but then she realized the flickering seemed almost rhythmic, like a heartbeat. "Mom?" Emily called, her voice slightly trembling. "Are the lights supposed to blink like this?" Her mother, preoccupied with putting the angel on top of the tree, didn't respond immediately. "Just a faulty bulb, honey. Don't worry about it," she said finally, brushing Emily's concern aside. But Emily couldn't shake the feeling that something was off. Sam, playing with his toy train near the base of the tree, suddenly froze, staring at the darkened window. "Emily, do you see that?" he whispered. Emily turned to the window. There was nothing outside at first, only the swirling snow. Then she thought she saw a shadow move across the yard, a figure thin and bent, standing too still for a person. She blinked, and it was gone. "It's just the snow," Emily said aloud, trying to convince herself. But her voice didn't carry the conviction she wanted. Later that night, after her parents had gone to bed, Emily lay awake listening to the wind whip against the windows. The house felt different, heavier, colder. Then she heard it. A soft tapping at the back door. Not the kind of tap that a neighbor might make, but something slower, deliberate. She crept to the door, pressing her ear against the cold wood. The tapping stopped the moment she moved closer. She took a deep breath, her hand trembling as she reached for the doorknob. It turned smoothly. The door swung open to the snow-covered yard. Nothing. Just the snow and the faint tracks leading toward the woods behind their house. Emily frowned. She remembered her parents' warnings. Never follow tracks in the snow at night, but the tracks didn't look like any animal she knew. They were long, uneven, and seemed to drag slightly, as if the creature wasn't walking properly. The next morning, her father noticed the footprints as he shoveled the driveway. "Emily, these aren't animal tracks," he said grimly, "and they didn't appear yesterday." The family tried to shrug it off as pranksters, kids from town sneaking around in the snow, but that evening, strange things escalated. The lights on the tree blinked again, this time in a pattern Emily couldn't identify. At dinner, the food tasted off, metallic. Sam's toy train started moving on its own, circling the tree at a perfect, unnerving pace. And when Emily went to hang the last ornament, she found tiny handprints smudged in the dust on the windowsill, like someone had been pressed against the glass, watching. Her parents dismissed it as stress and imagination, but Emily knew better. The feeling in the house was oppressive, like the air itself was heavier, pressing down on her chest. On Christmas Eve, things turned worse. The family had invited their neighbors, the Carters, for a small dinner. Everyone laughed, exchanged gifts, and tried to ignore the unease creeping into the edges of their celebration. But as the evening wore on, they noticed the lights dimming and flickering more violently, casting shadows that seemed to slither across the walls. Then the power went out completely. The room plunged into darkness, save for the dim glow of the fireplace. Emily's father lit a few candles, but the shadows danced unnaturally. And then came the sound, a low, wet scraping noise, moving across the wooden floor from the hallway. Nobody moved at first. The scraping grew louder, closer, and Sam began to whimper, clinging to his mother. "Who's there?" her father called, trying to keep his voice steady. No answer, just the sound of slow, deliberate scraping, followed by a faint chuckle, childlike, yet not human. Emily's heart pounded as she remembered the tracks outside. She grabbed Sam and moved toward the front door. Her father followed, holding a candle and a kitchen knife for protection. As they reached the door, they saw it. The front window had been broken, a single handprint smeared across the glass. Not a child's, not a man's. Something elongated, unnaturally thin. And outside, standing in the snow, barely moving, was a figure. Tall, shadowy, hunched, its face obscured by darkness, but Emily swore she could feel its gaze piercing through the glass. The neighbors screamed, and her father tried to grab his keys to get the car, but the figure didn't move toward the road. It stayed near the edge of the yard, watching, waiting. The sense of wrongness was suffocating. Then the figure disappeared into the forest behind the house, and the family, shaken but desperate, tried to continue their evening. But the night had more in store. At midnight, Emily awoke to whispers, soft, insistent, coming from the tree. She rubbed her eyes, convinced she was dreaming. But the whispers grew louder, chanting something she couldn't understand. She touched the tree and froze. The ornaments were moving, rotating slowly, spinning without hands. The lights pulsed in rhythm with the whispers. "Emily?" Sam's voice cracked from the bed. She ran to him and found his eyes wide with fear, staring at the corner of his room. There in the darkness, a shadow crouched. It was small at first, like a child, but its movements were jerky, unnatural. The whispers continued, now louder, almost insistent. Emily grabbed Sam, screaming for their parents. But when they ran into the hallway, the family's worst nightmare became real. Every door in the house was locked, and the locks hadn't been touched in years. The keys hung on the wall, untouched, but none would turn. Emily's father banged on windows, shouting, trying to wake the neighbors. Outside, the snow fell silently, covering everything. And from the woods, other shadows emerged, thin, crouched, moving unnaturally, circling the house. The family backed into the kitchen, knowing they were trapped. Hours passed, or maybe minutes. Time felt broken. Emily couldn't tell, and then at the stroke of 3 a.m., the house fell silent. The shadows had gone, the air was still, the whispers stopped. The family huddled together, terrified, not daring to move. Morning came, and the neighbors finally noticed the family's house. When they arrived, the snow outside was pristine, no footprints, no evidence that anything had been there except for the broken window. Inside, the family was shaken, pale, and silent. Emily tried to explain what had happened, but the neighbors exchanged uneasy glances. "Maybe a bad dream?" someone suggested. But Emily knew it wasn't. She had touched the ornaments. She had felt the weight in the air, the gaze from the shadows. And then came the final proof. Christmas morning, they discovered a small pile of snow in the living room, perfectly shaped like a human hand, fingers splayed. Embedded in it were scratches, deep, jagged marks like claws. No one knew how it had gotten there. The family left Pinecrest a few days later, unable to face another winter. But Emily never forgot the way the shadows moved, the whispers chanting around the tree, or the figure standing silently in the snow, waiting. Years later, Emily returned to Pinecrest, curious and braver now, though the fear never fully left her. She visited her childhood home, now abandoned. The windows were shattered, the tree long gone, but she saw something in the corner of the yard. Tracks in the snow that hadn't melted, strange, uneven, dragging toward the forest. She stepped closer. The snow around the tracks began to stir, shifting like windless waves. And then she felt it, eyes on her, watching, patient, waiting. She ran, not daring to look back, but she never forgot the whispers that had followed her through the years, murmuring in the dark, reminding her that some Christmases, the night itself, is alive. Story, the end. The winter of 2017 was bitterly cold in the small town of Maplewood, Minnesota, the kind of cold that seeped into your bones no matter how many layers you wore. Snow blanketed every rooftop, every tree branch, and every street sign, turning the town into a postcard-perfect Christmas scene. Yet, beneath that picturesque surface, a darkness had been quietly festering, and that Christmas Eve, it was ready to make its presence known. Emma Fletcher was 28, and she had returned home for the holidays after working a demanding year in Chicago. Her parents' house was the same as she remembered, small red brick with a narrow driveway that crunched underfoot when snowed upon. Inside, the warm scent of cinnamon and pine filled the air. Her mother, Carol, was bustling around the kitchen, humming along to an old Bing Crosby record, while her father, Tom, was decorating the tree, a glass of whiskey in hand. "Emma, you're finally here!" Carol exclaimed, hugging her daughter tightly. "You've got to help me with the cookies. The dough isn't going to roll itself." Emma smiled, but her mind was elsewhere. She'd been working long hours, and the holiday cheer felt almost foreign to her. She busied herself anyway, rolling cookie dough and cutting out star shapes. Outside, the wind howled, rattling the windows, but inside, everything seemed perfectly normal. As night fell and the first snowfall of the evening thickened, Emma heard a strange noise coming from the attic. It wasn't the typical creaking of an old house settling. It was a dragging, scraping sound, like something heavy being moved across the floorboards. "Dad, do you hear that?" Emma asked, glancing nervously toward the staircase. Tom frowned. "It's probably just the storm, Em. Old houses make weird noises when it's cold." But Emma wasn't convinced. Something about the sound was deliberate, almost methodical. Later that evening, after dinner, the family settled in to exchange gifts. Emma's younger brother, Lucas, was 9, and he was bouncing around with excitement. Carol handed him a box wrapped in shiny red paper. He tore it open to reveal a small wooden music box that played Silent Night. He wound it up, and the delicate melody filled the living room. Emma noticed something odd. The music box wasn't on the table before. She was sure of it. Her parents seemed oblivious, laughing and sipping eggnog. She shrugged it off, thinking she must have forgotten it being there. Around 11 p.m., Emma decided to call it a night. She brushed her teeth and crawled into her old room, still decorated with childhood posters and trinkets. The snowstorm outside was relentless, turning the world into a blurry white void. She tried to sleep, but the dragging sound from the attic returned, louder this time, closer somehow. Her curiosity, combined with a gnawing unease, got the better of her. She grabbed a flashlight and quietly crept up the narrow attic stairs. The door was slightly ajar, though she was certain it had been closed earlier. She pushed it open and shone the light across the attic. It was empty, or at least, it looked empty. Dust motes danced in the flashlight beam, and stacks of old Christmas decorations lay in neat piles. Emma exhaled slowly, telling herself she was imagining things. But then she saw it, a set of footprints in the thin layer of snow that had somehow drifted in through the small attic vent. They weren't large, but they were wet, and they trailed across the floor toward the far corner, where a large covered object sat. Emma's heart pounded. She approached the object, pulling the sheet away. Beneath it was an antique mirror, its surface foggy and etched with what looked like scratches, tiny, claw-like marks running across the glass. The mirror reflected her flashlight, but something about it felt off. The reflection of the attic seemed delayed, as if the room in the glass was slightly behind reality. Emma stepped back, a chill crawling up her spine. That was when she saw it. Movement. In the mirror, a figure was crouched behind her, just barely visible in the foggy glass. She whipped around, but the attic was empty. "Lucas?" she called out softly, her voice trembling. No answer. Suddenly, the mirror fogged over, then cleared to reveal something that made her blood run cold. It wasn't her reflection anymore. It was a twisted, grinning version of herself. Eyes black as coal, lips pulled back into a smile that didn't belong to her. The figure raised a hand and waved, a slow, deliberate gesture. Emma screamed, stumbling backward. The mirror shook violently, as if something inside it was trying to get out. In a flash of panic, she grabbed the sheet and threw it over the mirror, sprinting down the stairs. The house was silent, too silent. The storm outside had somehow stopped, and the wind no longer rattled the windows. Emma's parents were gone. Lucas's bed was empty. She ran through the house, calling their names, but only silence answered. Then she heard it, the faint music of the music box. Silent Night, playing somewhere deep in the house. She followed the sound to the living room, and her heart nearly stopped. The Christmas tree was still there. But the presents underneath were gone, replaced with dozens of small wooden dolls, all with pale, expressionless faces. Sitting among them, winding the music box, was Lucas, or someone who looked like him. His eyes were hollow, dark pits, and he turned to her with that same unnatural smile. "Emma," the figure whispered in a voice that was just off, just wrong. "Come play with us." She stumbled back, her mind racing. The dolls began to move, shuffling toward her, their tiny limbs jerking unnaturally. The floorboards groaned under the weight of unseen steps. Emma's instinct screamed at her to run, and she did, bolting for the front door, but it wouldn't budge. The handle was frozen in her hand, as if gripped by something from the other side. She turned to see the living room shifting. The walls stretched upward impossibly, the ceiling disappearing into darkness. The tree grew taller, branches twisting into grotesque shapes, the ornaments melting into black, viscous shapes that dripped onto the floor. The dolls were everywhere now, dozens of them, forming a sea of blank faces, advancing silently. Emma backed away, heart pounding, and tripped over something cold and hard. Looking down, she realized it was her father's whiskey glass, but it was frozen solid, the liquid inside crystallized into jagged shards that glimmered like ice. Panic clawed at her chest. She had to escape. Then she saw it, the attic mirror. The foggy glass was glowing faintly, a portal into that twisted version of reality. She remembered the figure inside, her reflection. Desperation surged. If the mirror was the gateway, maybe it was also the way out. She ran toward it, throwing herself through the surface. The sensation was like falling through ice. Cold, endless darkness surrounded her. When she landed, it was back in her room, her old room. Safe, or so it seemed. The snowstorm was raging outside again, muffling the world. But when she sat up, shaking, she realized the room was empty. No bed, no posters, no familiar objects, only darkness. Then she heard it. Soft laughter, coming from the corner. Emma turned, and there they were. Her parents, Lucas, and dozens of dolls all staring at her with those same hollow eyes and twisted smiles. They stepped closer, the music box playing faintly in the background, its melody distorted like a song underwater. Emma screamed again, trying to move, but her legs wouldn't obey. The room seemed to stretch, elongating around her, trapping her in the middle. The last thing she saw before the darkness consumed her was the reflection in a small shard of glass on the floor, her own face, grinning back at her, eyes black as coal. The next morning, Maplewood woke to a quiet Christmas, snow still falling gently over the town. Carol Fletcher and her family never returned to their old home. Neighbors mentioned seeing a moving truck leaving late Christmas Eve, but it was gone before anyone could ask questions. The house, left abandoned, sat quietly, snow piling higher against the windows. Local kids would dare each other to peek inside, claiming the attic window sometimes glowed with candlelight in the dead of night. And occasionally, on the coldest, darkest nights of winter, those brave or foolish enough to stand outside would hear it, the faint, distorted tune of a music box playing Silent Night, winding endlessly, echoing through the empty halls, waiting. No one ever saw the Fletchers again. Story, the end. It was Christmas Eve in the small town of Millfield, Ohio, a place where snow usually blanketed the streets in perfect white layers by mid-December. The town was quiet, as most people were busy wrapping last-minute gifts, preparing feasts, or heading to midnight church services. The streets glimmered with strings of colored lights, and the smell of pine and firewood drifted from chimneys. But for the Thompson family, the holiday season had already begun on a tense note. John Thompson, a factory worker, had been working overtime for weeks to afford gifts for his wife, Lisa, and their 2 children, Emily and Jake. They had recently moved into an old Victorian house on the edge of town, one that John had bought at a suspiciously low price from an estate sale. The house was beautiful, with high ceilings, intricate woodwork, and a towering Christmas tree-shaped staircase, but it had a strange, oppressive feel, especially at night. The previous owners had apparently vanished without a trace, which John thought was odd, but shrugged off, attributing it to the quirks of the housing market. Lisa had been nervous since moving in. She often woke in the middle of the night, convinced she heard whispers or the creaking of footsteps when no one was around. Emily, 9, and Jake, 7, were excited about Christmas, but even they seemed uneasy in the house. Emily once told her mother that she saw a shadow man standing by the staircase at night, but Lisa dismissed it as an overactive imagination. On Christmas Eve, the family sat in the living room, finishing their decorations. Lisa hung ornaments on the tree, while Emily and Jake placed little wooden figures under it. John was in the kitchen, preparing snacks for the evening. It was nearly 10 p.m., and the house was dark except for the soft glow of the Christmas lights. Emily suddenly froze, pointing toward the staircase. "Mom?" "Look," she whispered. Lisa turned to see nothing but shadows stretching across the wall. "What is it, honey?" Lisa asked, forcing a smile. "There's a man up there," Emily said, her voice trembling. "He's watching us." Lisa laughed nervously. "Sweetheart, it's probably just the shadows from the tree. Don't worry." But Emily shook her head. "No, Mom, he's real. He's tall, really tall, and his eyes, they're red." Lisa felt a chill run down her spine, but tried to maintain control. "Go brush your teeth and get ready for bed," she said softly. As the children went upstairs, Lisa and John tried to shake off the unease. But as the clock struck midnight, the unease turned into outright terror. Lisa was in the kitchen when she heard it. A slow, deliberate knock on the front door. "John?" she called, her voice trembling. No answer. She peeked through the frosted glass. There was no one there. She opened the door, thinking it might be a neighbor playing a prank. Snow crunched under her boots, but there was nothing except a small, old-fashioned doll lying on the doorstep. Its porcelain face was cracked, and its eyes were disturbingly lifelike, reflecting the light of the Christmas tree. Lisa shivered and picked it up, intending to throw it away in the garage. But when she glanced back toward the staircase, she saw a shadow move across the hallway. Tall, thin, and impossibly still. Lisa dropped the doll, heart hammering, and screamed. John came running, flashlight in hand. "What's wrong?" "There's someone upstairs." Lisa stammered, pointing toward the staircase. John shined the light up the stairs. The hallway was empty. "It's nothing," he said, though even he felt the hair on the back of his neck rise. He picked up the doll. It was cold, even through the glove he was wearing, and there was a faint smell of decay about it. Suddenly, they heard Emily and Jake crying from upstairs. They ran up to find the children huddled in the corner of Emily's room, pointing at the closet. The door was slightly open. "He's in there," Jake whispered. John stepped forward and swung the closet door open. It was empty. Then he noticed scratch marks on the inside of the door, deep and fresh. "Mommy, he's behind the walls," Emily said, her voice barely audible. John and Lisa exchanged terrified glances. This was no ordinary intruder. The house itself seemed alive, its shadows stretching unnaturally, twisting around corners, whispering in voices only children could hear. They decided to leave immediately, but when they tried the front door, it wouldn't budge. No matter how hard John pushed, it was as if the house itself was holding them inside. Panic set in. Then the lights flickered and went out completely, plunging them into darkness. A faint, guttural laughter echoed from the staircase. They could hear heavy, dragging footsteps moving through the hallways above them, though only the family was supposed to be home. Lisa grabbed John's arm. "We need to get out, now!" Suddenly, the children screamed again. John ran toward them, and when he reached the hallway, he froze. The staircase was covered in what looked like frost, but it wasn't ordinary snow. It was ice, but black and glistening like tar. The shadow man Emily had seen earlier now stood at the top, impossibly tall, wearing what looked like a tattered Santa suit, and its eyes glowed red in the darkness. Who are you?" John shouted, voice shaking. The figure didn't answer. Instead, it raised a hand, pointing toward the walls. The house groaned and moaned as if it were alive. The walls themselves seemed to pulse, and from them came soft, agonized whispers, chanting something incomprehensible. Lisa screamed and pulled the children toward the back door, but when they reached it, they found the same black ice covering the threshold. The windows were completely blacked out, no moon or streetlights visible, as if the house existed in a pocket of darkness. Then the figure moved. It glided down the staircase without touching the steps, moving impossibly fast. John tried to grab a chair to defend himself, but it passed through him like mist. The shadow man loomed over the family, and Emily screamed. "Please, leave us alone," Lisa begged. A whisper came, so cold and guttural it made their blood run cold. "Christmas is mine." The house shook violently. The family huddled together, terrified, as ornaments fell from the tree and the walls seemed to bleed a dark, sticky substance. The shadow man pointed at each of them in turn. Then, without warning, it vanished, leaving only the sound of distant, mocking laughter echoing through the hallways. Breathing heavily, John and Lisa looked at each other. The house had gone silent. The black ice melted, and the doors were suddenly unlocked. Shaken but alive, they grabbed the children and ran into the snow-covered night. They didn't stop until they reached the nearest neighbor's house, pounding on the door until someone answered. The next day, the police searched the Thompson house. They found nothing unusual. No signs of forced entry, no traces of the doll, no damage, no ice, no black walls. Just an empty Victorian house, seemingly normal. The Thompsons never returned. They left everything behind, moving to another state, but they couldn't escape the memories. Every Christmas Eve, they reported seeing a tall figure in a tattered Santa suit in their dreams, with red eyes that stared through them, whispering the same chilling words, "Christmas is mine." Years later, neighbors reported strange occurrences in the old Thompson house. Lights flickering at night, shadows moving behind curtains, and the faint, echoing sound of laughter mixed with whispers. No one dared enter, and the house gradually fell into ruin. But every Christmas Eve, the black ice appeared at the front steps, and a small porcelain doll would appear on the doorstep. Emily, now an adult, once tried to return to see if she could understand what had happened. She didn't make it past the street. A shadow loomed across the road, taller than any man, eyes glowing red in the darkness, and she felt a cold whisper brush against her ear. "Christmas is mine." From that night on, Emily refused to celebrate Christmas, and every time she heard the carolers or saw a decorated tree, the memory returned, sharp, burning, and terrifyingly real. Her brother Jake suffered the same nightmares, and their parents, haunted by what they had experienced, never again spoke of the house. To this day, the Victorian house stands in Millfield, abandoned and rotting. The townspeople avoid it, especially during the holiday season. Some say if you walk past it on Christmas Eve, you can hear faint laughter and whispers. Some swear they've seen a tall figure in a tattered Santa suit looking out from the broken windows, its eyes glowing red. And every year, without fail, a porcelain doll appears on the doorstep, staring with a cracked, lifelike face, as if waiting for the next family to claim. Story the end. I used to think the worst sound in the world was the wind pushing against a house at night. That low, steady moan that seeps through the walls and settles into your chest. I learned later that there are worse sounds, like the scrape of boots on ice outside your bedroom window when no one should be there. The winter of 2008 was the coldest I can remember in western Pennsylvania. The kind of cold that turns your breath into smoke and makes your teeth ache if you stay outside too long. My wife, Karen, and I had just moved into an old farmhouse outside a town called Mill Creek. It sat back from the road, surrounded by bare trees and split-rail fencing half buried in snow. The realtor said it was built in the 1920s, maybe earlier, and that it had character. That word should have warned us. We moved in 2 weeks before Christmas. Karen was 8 months pregnant, and we wanted our first child to be born somewhere quiet, somewhere safe. The house needed work, but it was solid. Thick walls, a stone fireplace, and a narrow staircase that creaked like it was alive. The first night we slept there, the power went out around midnight. We lay in bed listening to the wind and the ticking of cooling pipes, telling ourselves it was normal for a rural place. The first odd thing happened the next morning. I went outside to shovel the front walk and found a set of footprints leading from the road to our front porch. They stopped at the door. No footprints leading away. The snow was fresh, untouched everywhere else. I assumed someone had walked up, maybe a neighbor curious about the new owners, and turned back the same way, stepping in their own tracks. But when I looked closely, the prints didn't match that idea. They were deep, heavy impressions, like someone wearing old work boots, and they pointed straight at the door, perfectly aligned, as if the person had stood there for a long time. Karen laughed it off when I told her. "Probably a delivery guy," she said, "or a kid messing around." There was no package, no flyer, nothing. Over the next few days, we settled in. Karen decorated a small artificial tree we brought from our old apartment, and I hung white lights along the porch. The nights were long, and the dark seemed thicker out there, pressing against the windows. Sometimes I thought I saw movement near the tree line. But when I focused, there was nothing. On December 20th, the local paper arrived late in the afternoon. It had been folded open to a page inside, which struck me as odd. I hadn't unfolded it. I read the headline by the light of the kitchen window. Local family still missing after 10 years. There was a black and white photo of a man, a woman, and 2 small children standing in front of a Christmas tree. The address listed was ours. I read the article twice. In December of 1998, the Harlan family vanished from their farmhouse outside Mill Creek. No signs of forced entry. Christmas dinner had been prepared but not eaten. Presents were wrapped and placed under the tree. The sheriff at the time believed the family left voluntarily, but neighbors reported hearing screaming on Christmas Eve. The case went cold. Karen watched my face while I read. "What?" she asked. I showed her the paper. She stared at it, then at the walls around us. "They didn't tell us this," she said. "No," I said. "They didn't." That night, Karen insisted we lock every door and window. The house made more noise than usual. The wind picked up, and something banged rhythmically against the side of the house. I went outside with a flashlight and found one of the porch decorations had come loose and was hitting the siding. I fixed it and stood there for a moment, scanning the darkness. The woods were silent, too silent. On December 22nd, the footprints came back. This time, they circled the house. Perfect. Deliberate steps in the snow passing beneath every window. I followed them with my eyes until they ended at the back door. Again, no prints leading away. That evening, Karen told me she heard someone walking upstairs while I was in the basement. Slow, heavy steps stopping right outside the bedroom door. I told her it was the house settling. Even as I said it, I didn't believe it. Christmas Eve arrived with a thick snowfall. The road hadn't been plowed, and we were effectively cut off. Karen went into early labor that afternoon. We tried calling an ambulance, but the line was dead. Cell service was spotty at best, and my phone couldn't get a signal. By the time night fell, Karen was in pain and frightened. I did my best, following instructions I half remembered from a birthing class. Outside, the wind howled, and then above it, we heard knocking. It came from the front door. 3 slow knocks, not loud, not urgent. I froze. Karen grabbed my arm. "Don't," she whispered. The knocking came again. 3 knocks, perfectly spaced. I walked to the front window and pulled the curtain back just enough to look out. The porch light illuminated falling snow and nothing else. No person, no movement. Just the door, and beyond it, the dark. Another knock, this time from the back door, then the side door. The sound traveled around the house, methodical, patient, as if whoever was out there knew we were listening. Karen screamed when the knocking reached the bedroom door upstairs. The sound of it echoed down the hall, wood on wood, close enough to feel through the floor. I grabbed a fire poker and stood at the base of the stairs. "Go away," I shouted, my voice cracking. The knocking stopped. For a moment, there was only the wind. Then we heard footsteps on the stairs, slow, heavy. Each step groaned under the weight. I stared up into the darkness, my heart pounding so hard I thought I might pass out. The steps reached the top, paused, then began moving down. I swung the poker into empty air as something brushed past me. The cold that followed was intense, like stepping into a freezer. I gagged, my breath coming out in short gasps. The footsteps stopped in the living room. The Christmas lights flickered. The tree trembled, ornaments clinking together. In the glow of the lights, I saw them. A man stood by the tree, his face pale and hollow, eyes sunken deep into their sockets. His clothes were old-fashioned, dusted with snow. Behind him stood a woman, her hair matted, her expression empty. 2 children clung to her dress, their faces slack, their mouths slightly open as if frozen mid-scream. They were translucent like reflections on glass. The man looked at me and smiled. His teeth were black. "Stay," he said. His voice sounded like wind through broken boards. Karen screamed upstairs. The woman turned her head slowly toward the sound, her eyes lighting up with something like hunger. "No," I said. "You can't." The man's smile widened. "It's Christmas," he said. "Families belong together." The house shook. The walls groaned. The air grew colder. Frost crept across the windows from the corners inward. I ran upstairs to Karen. She was on the bed, crying, clutching her stomach. The knocking started again, all around us, louder now, more frantic. I grabbed my phone and tried dialing 911 again. No signal. Then I remembered the old landline in the kitchen. I ran down the stairs, the footsteps following me, always just out of sight. The phone had a dial tone. I nearly sobbed with relief as I punched in the number. It rang once, twice. Then a voice answered. Mill Creek Sheriff's Department, the voice said. It was calm, familiar. I recognized it from the article. The former sheriff's name was printed beneath his photo. Please, I said. We need help. They're in the house. There was a pause, then a sigh. You shouldn't have moved in, the voice said. They don't like to be alone. The line went dead. The knocking stopped all at once. The house fell silent. I stood there, shaking, listening. Slowly, the cold receded. The frost melted. The light steadied. When I went back upstairs, Karen was unconscious. The room was empty. No footprints. No ghosts. Our son was born just after dawn on Christmas morning. We named him Michael. The roads were cleared by noon, and an ambulance finally arrived. The doctor said Karen was lucky. They both were. We moved out 2 days later, left everything behind. Years have passed. We live in a suburb now, in a house with thin walls and close neighbors. Every Christmas Eve, I wake up to the sound of knocking in my dreams. 3 slow knocks, perfectly spaced. Sometimes when the house is quiet and the lights are low, I swear I can hear footsteps on the stairs and a voice whispering through the walls, reminding me that families belong together. Story: the end. The first winter after my father died, I volunteered to cover overnight shifts for anyone who wanted to be home with family. I told myself it was generosity. The truth was simpler and uglier. I didn't want to sit alone in a house that still smelled like his aftershave and pine cleaner, listening to the furnace kick on and off like a failing heart. So on Christmas Eve, while the rest of the county settled into living rooms strung with lights, I drove my cruiser through a snowstorm toward the far edge of Mason Ridge. Mason Ridge is one of those American places that never quite recovered from the mill closing. There's a church, a diner, a gas station that sells bait, and a scattering of houses built in the 60s, each with a narrow driveway and a mailbox bent by years of plows. The woods press close. When it snows, the roads disappear into white corridors, and the night feels deeper than it should. At 11:47 p.m., dispatch crackled with a welfare check. Elderly male, lived alone. Neighbors reported lights on and loud banging. The address was at the end of a cul-de-sac, a place I knew because we'd responded there once for a medical alarm that turned out to be a dead battery. I remembered the house because it was decorated for Christmas in a way that made me uneasy even then. Not tasteful lights or a wreath, this was every inch of yard filled with plastic Santas, some smiling, some stern, some leaning at odd angles like they were tired of standing. In daylight, they were kitschy. At night, in the snow, they looked like a crowd frozen mid-chant. The banging had stopped by the time I arrived. Snow muffled everything. I parked and cut the engine. The house glowed warmly through the windows, every lamp on. The Santas were half buried, red hats poking through drifts. The wind lifted the fringe of their coats and let it fall again. I knocked. No answer. I knocked harder and announced myself. Still nothing. I tried the handle. The door opened with a sigh of warm air and the smell of cinnamon and something sour underneath. Inside, the house was too tidy. A tree stood in the corner, decorated with old glass ornaments that caught the light and made it shimmer. Christmas music played from a radio in the kitchen, right low and tinny. I followed the sound. The man was seated at the table, slumped forward, hands folded like he'd been praying. He was dead. The coroner later said heart attack, sometime within the last hour. There was no sign of struggle, no blood, just a cup of cocoa gone cold and a plate of cookies untouched. The banging, we decided, had been a cabinet door swinging in the wind before the storm sealed everything shut. It should have ended there. I should have made my calls, covered him with a blanket, and waited. But something else caught my eye. On the counter, lined up carefully, were small envelopes, each labeled in a shaky hand. Names I recognized from the neighborhood. One had my name on it. I shouldn't have opened it. I know that. But it was Christmas Eve, and I was alone in a dead man's kitchen with my name written on an envelope, and the radio crooned about peace on earth. Inside was a Polaroid photograph. It showed my cruiser parked in my driveway, taken from the trees across the street. The date was stamped in the corner, 2 nights earlier. The back of the photo had a single sentence: "You don't lock the back door." My radio chirped then, dispatch checking in. I jumped like a kid. I told them I was fine. I told them the resident was deceased. I did not tell them about the envelopes. I took the photo with me when I left, my hands sweating inside my gloves. The next morning, after I got home and slept for a few hours, I convinced myself there was a reasonable explanation. Maybe he was confused. Maybe he took pictures of everyone. Maybe someone was playing a joke. Grief does that, makes your brain grasp for normal. Christmas Day passed quietly. I ate leftovers at the diner and listened to the old men complain about the snow. That night, around 9 p.m., a call came in about a disturbance at the church. Lights on, singing heard, no service scheduled. I drove out expecting kids. The church was dark. Snow piled against the doors, no footprints. I stood there, engine idling, listening. That's when I heard it, soft at first, then clearer. Singing. A Christmas carol, slow and off-key, coming from the woods behind the church. I followed the sound with my flashlight. The beam caught red shapes between the trees. Santa suits. 5 of them, maybe 6, standing in a loose circle around a fire pit dug into the snow. Their faces were hidden by beards and hats. They sang with their heads tilted back, breath steaming. I called out. The singing stopped. They turned toward me in unison. One of them stepped forward. He was tall, broad-shouldered. His beard was stained dark at the chin, like cocoa spilled and dried. "Officer," he said, and his voice was familiar. Not his face, his voice. It took me a second to place it. The diner. One of the regulars. He smiled behind the beard. "We're celebrating." "This isn't permitted," I said. "You need to disperse." They didn't move. Another Santa laughed softly. "We're just spreading cheer." My radio crackled with static. I reached for it. The tall Santa stepped closer, close enough that I could smell smoke and sweat. "You shouldn't have taken that," he said quietly. My heart hammered. "Taken what?" He tilted his head. The others began to hum, a low vibrating sound that made my teeth buzz. I backed away, my flashlight beam wobbling. Snow crunched behind me. For a moment I thought I was surrounded. Then the humming stopped. The Santas stepped back into the trees, red swallowed by dark. The fire hissed and went out. I stood there alone, breath ragged, radio finally clearing as dispatch asked if I was okay. I told them I was fine. I told them it was nothing. Over the next week, things escalated. Small things at first. A Santa figurine appeared on my porch one morning, facing the door. Another showed up in my kitchen, placed carefully on the counter, even though I was sure I'd locked up. Each time I'd find a Polaroid tucked beneath it. My bedroom window at night. My back door ajar. Me, asleep on the couch. I called in sick. I didn't tell anyone why. I slept with the lights on and the TV blaring. I put a chair under the doorknob. It didn't help. They were patient. They waited. On New Year's Eve, the power went out. The house plunged into silence and cold. I stood in the living room, flashlight in hand, listening to the wind. Then I heard it. Banging. Slow, rhythmic, coming from the back door. I raised my gun. "Who's there?" My voice shook. The banging stopped. Footsteps crunched in the snow outside, moving away. I ran to the window and pulled the curtain back. The yard was full of Santas. They stood shoulder to shoulder, filling the space, their faces turned toward the house. Some held candles, the flames guttering in the wind. Others held Polaroids, held them up like offerings. At the center was the tall one. He raised a hand. "We want to show you something," he called. "You've been watching us. Now it's our turn." The back door handle turned. The chair slid away easily, like it hadn't been there at all. I fired once, into the door, the sound deafening. The handle stopped. I ran. Out the front, into the snow, boots slipping. They parted to let me through, their breath puffing, their eyes shining behind plastic masks and real beards. They didn't grab me. They didn't have to. They followed. I don't remember the run clearly. The woods, the church, the cul-de-sac blending together. I remember tripping, falling hard, the cold biting through my clothes. I remember hands lifting me, gentle as if I were a child. They took me to the old man's house. Inside, the tree still stood. The radio still played. The envelopes were gone, but the counter was lined with Polaroids, dozens of them, fanned out. People in their kitchens, people asleep, people alone. Every picture was dated Christmas Eve, different years, going back decades. The tall Santa removed his beard. It was the old man from the table, alive and breathing, his eyes bright. "It's a tradition," he said. "We keep watch. We keep the peace. Every year, one of us steps down." He gestured to a Santa in the corner, slumped forward in a chair, hands folded. I recognized him then, the man from the diner, the voice, dead. You took his place, the old man said gently. You just didn't know it yet. They dressed me in red. They sat me at the table. They put a cup of cocoa in my hands. Outside, the Santas sang slow and off-key, the sound carrying through the snow. When the coroner came in the morning, he found a man dead of a heart attack, hands folded like he'd been praying. The house was decorated for Christmas. Outside, the Santas stood in the yard, smiling, their plastic faces half buried in snow. The cruiser in the driveway belonged to a different officer now. The back door at my old house is always locked. Sometimes, late at night, someone takes a picture of it anyway. Story the end. I never liked Christmas Eve after what happened in 2006. And I don't tell this story to scare anyone. I tell it because it still wakes me up at night. Because there are police reports and death certificates and a burned down house that used to belong to my parents in rural Pennsylvania. I tell it because if you grew up where I did, you'd understand how easy it is for something terrible to hide behind normal things like snow, silence, and the smell of pine. That winter was brutal. Snow came early and stayed, packing the roads so hard that plows scraped down to asphalt and still couldn't keep up. My parents lived at the edge of a small town called Mill Creek, the kind of place where everyone waved and nobody locked their doors unless they were leaving for the weekend. Our house sat alone at the end of a narrow drive, surrounded by trees that pressed in close, their branches heavy and black against the snow. At night, the woods swallowed sound. I was 21 then, home from college for Christmas break. My younger sister Emily was 16, still believing in the comfort of traditions, even if she no longer believed in Santa. My dad worked maintenance for the school district. My mom volunteered at church. Nothing about us was unusual, and that's what makes the memory so sharp. Horror didn't announce itself. It blended in. On December 23rd, a storm rolled in that knocked out power across the county. We lit candles and ran the fireplace. The radio crackled with static, but we caught enough to know crews wouldn't be out until morning. Dad joked that it felt like an old-fashioned Christmas. Mom made chili on the gas stove. Emily complained about her phone battery dying. Outside, the wind howled, rattling the windows like knuckles tapping on glass. That was the first time we heard footsteps on the porch. Dad paused mid-sentence. The sound came again, slow and deliberate, boots scraping ice. We all looked at the front door. Through the frosted glass, a dark shape shifted. Dad grabbed the flashlight and opened the door a crack. A man stood there, tall and broad, dressed head to toe in red. Not a cheap costume either. Thick coat trimmed with white fur, matching pants, black boots dusted with snow. His beard looked real, heavy and gray, crusted with ice. A red hat sat low over his eyes. "Merry Christmas," he said, voice low and calm. Car slid off the road, phone's dead. Was wondering if I could use yours. Dad hesitated. Mom stepped closer, peering around him. The man smiled, but it didn't reach his eyes. They were pale, almost colorless. "We don't have power," Dad said. "Phones are out." The man nodded slowly. "Figured. Thought I'd ask anyway. Storm's a bad one." Emily whispered behind me, "Is he serious?" Dad glanced back at us, then opened the door wider. "You can come in for a minute. Warm up." That decision echoes louder in my head than the gunshot I would later hear. The man stepped inside, stamping snow from his boots. The smell hit me first, sharp and sour beneath something sweet, like rotting fruit masked with peppermint. He took off his gloves and rubbed his hands near the fire, sighing with relief. "Name's Nick," he said. "Guess that's fitting." Mom forced a laugh. "Coffee?" Wouldn't say no. He moved slowly, deliberately, eyes drifting over the room, the stockings on the mantel, the tree in the corner, half decorated, the framed school photos on the wall. I felt exposed, like he was memorizing us. When Mom turned to the kitchen, Nick's smile vanished. He looked at me and Emily, then at Dad. "Nice place you've got," he said. "Quiet out here." Dad nodded. "That's how we like it." Nick's eyes flicked to the staircase leading upstairs. "Kids home for the holidays," he said. It wasn't a question. My stomach tightened. Emily crossed her arms. Mom returned with coffee, setting it on the table. Nick took a sip, grimaced, and set it down untouched. "Actually," he said, "I was hoping I could sit here for a bit. Roads should clear soon." Dad shifted his weight. "Sure, you're welcome to wait." Time stretched. The wind battered the house, the candles flickered. Nick sat there, hands folded, staring into the fire. Every so often he'd glance up sharply, like he'd heard something we hadn't. Then the knocking started again. This time it came from the back door. Dad frowned. That's strange. Nick's head snapped toward the kitchen. You expecting someone? No, Dad said. The knock came again. Harder. 3 solid raps. Mom's face went pale. Maybe someone else slid off the road. Nick stood abruptly. I'll get it. Dad blocked his path. I've got it. Dad grabbed the flashlight and headed through the kitchen. We followed. The back door opened onto the yard and the woods beyond. Dad opened it a crack. Another man stood there, or something that looked like a man. He wore the same red suit, but it was torn and filthy, the white trim brown with grime. His beard hung in clumps. His eyes were dark and sunken. Evening, the second man said, voice hoarse. Car trouble. Behind us, Nick laughed. Dad turned slowly. Nick stood in the kitchen doorway, smiling wide now, teeth too even, too white. See, Nick said. I told him someone would help. The second man pushed the door open hard, slamming Dad back into the counter. Emily screamed. I grabbed her arm and pulled her behind me. Mom shouted Dad's name. The power came back on in a sudden surge of light, as if the house itself had flinched. Everything happened fast after that. The second man lunged forward, pulling a knife from his coat. Dad fell, blood spreading across his shirt. Mom tried to reach him and was thrown aside like a doll. Nick moved toward us, his hands no longer slow, no longer calm. I don't remember grabbing the fireplace poker, but I remember swinging it. I remember the sound it made when it connected with Nick's shoulder, a dull crack like splitting wood. He barely reacted. He grabbed me by the throat and lifted me off the floor with terrifying ease. Emily ran. She bolted for the front door, slipping on the rug, scrambling to her feet. The second man chased her, laughing, a high, broken sound. Nick leaned close to my face. Kids shouldn't open the door to strangers, he said softly. A gunshot thundered through the house. Nick stiffened. His grip loosened. I fell, gasping. Dad lay on the kitchen floor, blood pooling beneath him, his hand shaking around the revolver he kept locked in the cabinet. Smoke curled from the barrel. The second man froze in the hallway, eyes wide. Another shot rang out. He dropped, collapsing in a heap of red and white. Nick looked down at his chest, where a dark stain spread. He sighed, almost disappointed. Always someone with a gun, he muttered. He took one step toward Dad, then another shot tore through the room. Nick fell backward into the tree, sending ornaments crashing to the floor. He lay there, staring at the ceiling, mouth open in a silent, "Oh." The police arrived an hour later, after we flagged down a plow on the road. Dad was already gone. Mom survived, though she would never be the same. Emily and I were taken to the hospital, wrapped in blankets, hands shaking. They told us later that the men were drifters, suspects in a string of home invasion murders across 3 states. They dressed as Santa to get people to open their doors. They traveled during storms when help was far away and fear was high. That was the official explanation, and it was enough for most people. But there are things the reports don't explain, like how there were no tire tracks near the house, like how both men had identical scars on their wrists, deep and old, like burn marks, like how Nick's body vanished from the morgue 2 days later, labeled a clerical error and never found, or the fire. On Christmas morning, while Mom slept in the hospital and Emily and I sat with relatives, our house burned to the ground. Investigators ruled it an electrical fault caused by the storm. They said fires happen. I don't celebrate Christmas anymore. I don't open the door for anyone I don't know. And sometimes when snow piles up and the wind is just right, I swear I hear footsteps on the porch, slow and deliberate, followed by a calm voice through the door, wishing me a Merry Christmas. Story the end. The first snow of December came late that year, wet and heavy, sticking to the blacktop like it wanted to stay. I remember because it was the same night the radio warned about black ice, and the same night my brother didn't come home. We lived outside a small town in western Pennsylvania, the kind of place where Christmas lights stayed up until March, and everyone waved whether they knew you or not. Nothing ever happened there. That's what people said afterward, like it explained anything. My brother Evan worked nights at a distribution warehouse 30 miles away. He drove an old Ford Ranger with a busted heater and a dashboard that rattled like teeth. Every night he called when he got off work, just to let Mom know he was on the road. December 21st, he didn't call. Mom said maybe his phone died. Dad said maybe he stopped for gas. I said nothing because I'd already checked the weather and saw the temperature dropping fast. Around midnight, a state trooper knocked on our door. Snow clung to his hat brim and melted down his collar. He asked if Evan Harris lived there. He asked if we owned a blue Ford Ranger. He said there'd been an accident on County Route 6 near the old tree farm. They hadn't found Evan, but they found the truck. The tree farm had been abandoned since the late 90s. Rows of skeletal pines marching into darkness. When we drove out there the next morning, the snow had frozen hard, crunching under boots. Evan's truck sat nose down in a shallow ditch, hazard lights still blinking weakly. The driver's door was open. There were no skid marks, no blood, no footprints except Evan's, leading away from the road and straight between the trees. The troopers followed them for about 50 yards before they disappeared into untouched snow. They told us maybe he wandered, confused. Hypothermia makes people do strange things. They told us to go home and wait. They searched for 3 days. Volunteers came with dogs, thermal cameras, drones. They found nothing. On Christmas Eve, the sheriff stood in our living room beside the tree and said they were suspending active search operations until after the holiday. Mom didn't cry. She just stared at the lights like they were blinking some message only she could read. That night, after everyone went to bed, the phone rang. I answered because Mom hadn't moved in hours. The caller ID said private. When I picked up, all I heard was breathing, slow and uneven, like someone walking uphill. I said hello. I said Evan's name. The breathing stopped. Then, faintly, I heard sleigh bells. I hung up, heart pounding. I told myself it was a prank. Some sick asshole who'd heard about Evan on the news. But when I checked the call log, there was nothing there. No missed call. No incoming number. At 2:14 a.m., the phone rang again. This time, when I answered, I heard Evan's voice. He sounded far away, like he was calling from the bottom of a well. He said my name once, then said, "It's cold." I asked where he was. I asked if he was hurt. There was a pause, then a low, wet sound like someone dragging something heavy across snow. Then a voice I didn't recognize whispered, "He can't talk right now." I don't remember hanging up. I remember sitting on the kitchen floor until the sun came up, staring at the back door and waiting for it to open. Christmas Day came and went like a funeral. No presents, no dinner, just the television on low and the snow falling harder. That night, Mom woke us up screaming. She said someone was on the roof. We all heard it then, a slow, deliberate scraping, like boots dragging across shingles. Dad grabbed his shotgun and went outside. The roof was empty, no tracks in the snow. The ladder was still chained to the shed. When Dad came back in, his face was gray. He said he'd found something by the tree line. Evan's work badge, hanging from a pine branch at eye level. It was clean, like it had just been placed there. The sheriff came again the next morning. He took the badge, wrote notes, avoided our eyes. Before he left, he said something about an old story. He said the tree farm had been owned by a man named Caldwell, who used to dress as Santa every year and give out free trees to families who couldn't afford them. He said Caldwell disappeared one winter, decades ago, after a group of kids claimed Santa tried to take them into the woods. Everyone laughed it off. Kids have imaginations. Caldwell was never found. That night, I dreamed of bells and breathing and a red shape moving between black trees. On December 27th, Evan came home. I was the only one awake when I heard the knock. 3 slow raps evenly spaced. I opened the door without thinking. Evan stood on the porch, snow crusted into his hair, his face pale and cracked like porcelain. He was wearing his work uniform, stiff with frost. His eyes were open but unfocused, staring past me into the house. I said his name. He didn't respond. When I touched his arm, it was cold enough to burn. I yelled for Mom and Dad. Evan took a step forward, then another, moving like a puppet with tangled strings. Snow melted into puddles around his boots. Mom screamed when she saw him. Dad dropped to his knees. Evan turned his head slowly, joints creaking, and smiled. His lips split, blood seeping out, freezing instantly. He opened his mouth and I heard 2 voices speak at once. "We brought him back." The lights flickered. The Christmas tree went dark. From somewhere above us, bells began to ring. Dad raised the shotgun. Evan's head snapped toward him with a sharp crack. "Naughty," the other voice said. "So naughty." Evan's body jerked backward, yanked by something invisible. He slid across the floor, leaving wet streaks, and was pulled out the door, which slammed shut on its own. The bells faded into the distance. We didn't sleep. We sat together until morning, holding hands, waiting for the knock that didn't come. The sheriff believed us, at least enough to come with deputies that afternoon. They searched the woods again, this time finding things they hadn't before. Bones arranged in neat piles, old toys half buried in snow. Scraps of red cloth hanging from branches. Deep in the center of the tree farm, they found a shack that hadn't been on any map. Inside, there was a chair bolted to the floor and a workbench covered in tools meant for woodworking and butchering alike. Above it all hung a cracked mirror, and in it, etched with a knife, were the words, "He sees you when you're sleeping." They found Evan's body behind the shack, frozen solid, eyes wide open. The coroner said he died the night of the accident, exposure within hours. There was no explanation for what we'd seen. The sheriff ordered the tree farm bulldozed in January. They burned what they could. They said it was over. It wasn't. Every Christmas since, something happens in our town. A child hears bells outside their window. A dog is found frozen near the woods. A drunk driver swears he saw a man in red standing in the road just before he crashed. People laugh it off. Bad weather, stress, too much eggnog. I moved away, but I still come back for Christmas to be with my parents. We don't put up lights anymore. We don't answer the phone after midnight. We don't open the door unless we're expecting someone. Last night, as snow started falling again, my phone rang. Private number. No call log. When I answered, I heard breathing and bells and Evan's voice, clearer than ever. "He says he's sorry," the other voice whispered. "He didn't mean to be naughty." Outside, something scraped across the roof. Story the end. I used to think the phrase true story meant it had to be clean, explainable, something with a lesson you could hold on to. What happened the Christmas I was 19 never gave me that comfort. It didn't end neatly. It didn't make sense. It just ended with people gone and a house that still smells like pine and cold metal every time I drive past it. I grew up in a small town in northern Pennsylvania, the kind of place where winter settles in early and doesn't leave until it's squeezed everything dry. Snowbanks turned gray by January. Christmas lights stayed up until March because nobody wanted to climb ladders in the ice. Most people worked at the paper mill or commuted an hour south. Everyone knew everyone, or at least pretended to. That year, my parents had gone to Florida to visit my aunt. I stayed behind because I was saving money and working nights at a grocery store. I volunteered to house sit for my grandparents, Frank and Lillian, while they visited friends out of state. Their house sat alone at the edge of town, backed up to a stretch of woods that locals avoided after dark. Nothing dramatic, just old trees, abandoned hunting shacks, and a dirt road that no one maintained anymore. The house was built in the 1940s. Thick walls, narrow hallways, floorboards that groaned like they were trying to speak. It always felt colder inside than outside, even with the heat running. My grandparents decorated early every year. Real tree, glass ornaments, tinsel they'd owned longer than I'd been alive. They left it all up for me, saying the house shouldn't feel empty at Christmas. The first night was quiet. I worked my shift, came home, microwaved leftovers, and watched late-night TV until I fell asleep on the couch. The wind howled through the trees, tapping branches against the siding. That was normal. The second night, I noticed footprints in the snow leading from the road toward the back of the house. They were boot prints. Large. Too deep for a child. I assumed maybe a utility worker or someone cutting through the woods. Still, I walked the perimeter, checking windows and doors. Everything was locked. The prints stopped at the tree line, then as if whoever made them had turned around and gone back the way they came. That night, I heard footsteps upstairs. I told myself it was the house settling. Old houses make noise, I knew that. But these weren't random creaks. They were measured. One step, pause, another step. Like someone pacing slowly across the floor above me. I called out, my voice too loud in the quiet. No answer. I checked the stairs, heart pounding, gripping a flashlight like it would do something if I needed it to. Upstairs was empty. Beds neatly made, no open windows. No attic access other than a small door in the hallway ceiling, still latched shut. The footsteps stopped when I went back downstairs. The third night was Christmas Eve. Snow fell hard, thick flakes that swallowed sound. I closed early at work and drove home through whiteout conditions, my headlights barely cutting through the dark. When I pulled into the driveway, I noticed the front door was unlocked. I was sure I'd locked it. Inside, the house was warm, the Christmas tree glowing softly in the corner. The radio in the kitchen was on, tuned to an old station playing carols. I hadn't turned it on before I left. I checked every room again. Nothing disturbed, no broken windows, no signs of forced entry. I didn't sleep that night. I sat on the couch with the lights on, the TV muted, listening. Around 2 a.m., the radio shut off abruptly, cutting the song mid-note. Then I heard breathing. Not mine. It came from the hallway leading to the stairs. Slow, wet, like someone breathing through their mouth. I stood frozen, unable to move, my body refusing to obey. The breathing moved closer, stopping just at the edge of the light cast by the living room lamp. I couldn't see anyone, but I knew someone was there. The air felt wrong, heavy, like it does before a storm. Then softly, I heard my name. Not whispered, spoken clearly, in my grandmother's voice. I screamed and ran for the front door, fumbling with the lock, nearly breaking the knob in my panic. When I burst outside, the cold hit me like a slap. I ran to my car and drove straight to my friend Mark's place, skidding on icy roads, barely aware of where I was going. I didn't tell him everything. Just that something was wrong with the house and I didn't feel safe. He let me crash on his couch. Christmas morning, I went back with Mark and his older brother. Daylight made everything seem smaller, less threatening. The house looked the same, peaceful. We searched again. Nothing. But the tree was different. Several ornaments were missing from the lower branches, not broken, just gone. In their place hung small, crude shapes made from twigs and string, tied carefully to the needles. They looked like little men, their limbs bound. Mark laughed nervously, said it was probably kids messing around. His brother didn't laugh. He told me to call my grandparents. I did. They answered from their friend's house. They were fine. When I told them about the ornaments, there was a long pause. My grandfather finally spoke. He asked me if I'd gone into the basement. I hadn't. He told me not to. After we hung up, I went into the basement anyway. The door was hidden behind a bookshelf in the hallway. I'd known it was there, but it always blended in so well, I forgot about it. The stairs descended steeply into darkness. The smell hit me first, damp earth and something sour. The basement wasn't finished. Dirt floor, stone walls, old shelves lined with jars and boxes. At the far end, under a single bare bulb, was a small room I'd never seen before, walled off with plywood. Inside were dozens of the same twig figures I'd seen on the tree. Hundreds, maybe. Hanging from nails, piled on the floor. Some had scraps of fabric tied around them. Pieces of clothing I recognized. My jacket from when I was 12, my grandmother's scarf, my grandfather's old work gloves. There were photographs tacked to the walls, Polaroids, yellowed with age. They showed people standing in the woods behind the house. Men, women, some smiling, some not, all of them holding one of the twig figures. On the back of one photo, written in shaky handwriting, were the words, "Christmas 1987. He's still hungry." We left immediately and called the police. They searched the house, the woods, the road behind it. They found nothing illegal, no remains, no signs of forced confinement. They chalked it up to old family superstition, maybe some kind of folk art project. The photos, they said, could have been staged. My grandparents came home early. They refused to talk about it. Within a month, they sold the house and moved south. Years passed. I tried to forget. Last December, I was home visiting my parents. Driving through town, I noticed the old house had lights on again. New owners. Decorations up. A real tree in the window. As I slowed at the intersection, my headlights caught something near the woods. Footprints. Large boot prints leading from the tree line toward the back of the house. Hanging from the lowest branch of the spruce by the road was a small twig figure, swaying gently in the wind. A red ribbon was tied around its neck. As I drove past, the radio turned on by itself. A Christmas carol played, and for just a moment, through the static, I heard my name spoken softly, like someone standing right behind me in the dark. Story the end. The first Christmas after my father died was the one I finally understood why he hated the holiday. Snow had already buried the small town of Black Pine, Michigan by the second week of December, pressing everything into silence. Christmas lights glowed weakly through frosted windows, blinking like distress signals more than decorations. My mother insisted we keep traditions alive. Tree in the corner, stockings on the mantel, my father's old Santa figurine placed by the fireplace, even though none of us wanted to touch it. He'd bought that figurine the year I was born. A heavy thing, ceramic, painted with a smile that never quite reached its eyes. It held a sack slung over one shoulder and a bell in the other hand. When shaken, the bell rang with a dull, uneven clink. My father used to flinch whenever it made a sound. I was 29 when I moved back into the house after the funeral. My mother couldn't stand being alone, and I needed time before deciding what to do with my life. Christmas arrived faster than either of us expected. On December 18th, the town lost power overnight. A storm rolled in hard and sudden, snapping lines and dropping trees. Phones worked, but cell service was spotty. The radio warned it could take days before electricity was restored. The temperature dropped below zero. That was when the noises started. At first, it was subtle, soft, deliberate footsteps on the roof late at night, as if someone were carefully placing their weight between the beams. I told myself it was snow sliding, branches shifting in the wind. But the steps had rhythm, pauses, direction. On the third night, something scraped against the chimney. I lay awake in my childhood bedroom, staring at the faint glow of moonlight on the ceiling. My breath fogged in the cold air. Then I heard it, metal against brick, slow and patient, circling. My mother called my name from her room, her voice trembling. I went to her, wrapping her in blankets. She whispered that she'd heard bells. I wanted to laugh it off. Instead, I froze. The bell from the Santa figurine rang downstairs. One dull chime. We didn't sleep after that. The next morning, we found boot prints in the snow around the house. Large, deliberate impressions, spaced evenly apart. They circled the building twice before stopping directly beneath the chimney. No prints led away. The sheriff came by around noon. He shrugged it off, said, "Kids sometimes played pranks, even in weather like this." When I asked about the roof tracks, he said snowdrifts could be misleading. He left before dark. That night, the footsteps returned, this time inside the walls. They moved slowly, like someone unfamiliar with the house, pausing at doorways, lingering near the vents. The sound of fabric brushing wood followed, accompanied by a faint wheezing breath. Then came the smell, soot and rot mixed with something sweet, like spoiled peppermint. At exactly 3:17 a.m., the fireplace thudded. Something heavy dropped inside it. Ash spilled onto the hearth. The Santa figurine tipped over on the mantel, its bell ringing once as it hit the floor. My mother screamed. I grabbed the fireplace poker and approached, every instinct telling me to run. From inside the dark throat of the chimney came a wet, labored inhale. A voice followed, low and broken. "Still here," it whispered. "Good." I don't remember backing away, but I must have. The firewood shifted. Ash stirred. A shape began to rise from the chimney, unfolding joints that bent at wrong angles. The smell grew unbearable. Then it stopped. The shape retreated, scraping upward, vanishing into darkness. Soot rained down, leaving the fireplace empty once more. We boarded it shut after that, nailing planks over the opening. It didn't matter. That thing didn't need the chimney anymore. The next day, the town radio crackled back to life for a brief moment. An emergency bulletin interrupted the static. 3 families on the north side of town were missing. Their houses showed no signs of forced entry. No blood, no tracks leading away. The fireplaces in each home had collapsed inward, as if something massive had forced itself down through them. I remembered my father then. The way he used to sit awake on Christmas Eve, gripping his coffee mug until his knuckles went white. How he locked every door, boarded the chimney with a steel grate every year without explanation. How he forbade us from using bells and decorations. How he never told us why. That night, I went into the attic. I don't know what compelled me. Maybe the feeling that something up there already knew I was thinking about it. The attic smelled like dust and old cardboard, insulation itching my skin. In the far corner, beneath a tarp, I found my father's footlocker. Inside were newspaper clippings dating back decades. Missing families, Christmas Eve disappearances, small towns across the Midwest, always winter, always chimneys, always no witnesses. At the bottom of the box was a journal. My father's handwriting was jagged, hurried. He wrote about growing up poor, about believing in Santa long after the other kids stopped. About the Christmas when his parents never came down the stairs, about the soot on the carpet, the bell ringing from the living room. He described the thing as wearing a Santa suit once, decades ago, when it still bothered to pretend. He said it learned over time, learned how to move quietly, learned which houses to visit, learned how to wait. According to the journal, it marked families, watched them year after year. Only came when they were vulnerable. Storms, isolation, grief. My father believed it fed on more than flesh. He wrote that it took memories, warmth, traditions, left behind empty houses and colder towns. At the very end, the last entry was dated 3 days before he died of a heart attack. It knows I'm weak now. I hear it on the roof again. If you're reading this, keep the bell silent. Do not let it ring. Downstairs, the bell rang. I ran. The Santa figurine stood upright on the mantel, though I knew it had fallen days before. Its ceramic face was cracked now, mouth split wider than before. The bell in its hand swung gently. From the hallway came slow, dragging footsteps. My mother stood frozen near the tree, staring past me toward the stairs. Her lips moved, whispering something I couldn't hear. The smell filled the room. A hand emerged from the stairwell, long, blackened, fingers tipped with something sharp and pale. The rest followed, unfolding itself into the living room. It was taller than the ceiling, stooping, its back scraping plaster. The red fabric clung to its frame in places, rotted and burned, fur trim matted with ash. Its face was wrong. Human once, maybe, stretched. Eyes sunk deep into dark sockets, reflecting the tree lights like dying embers. It smiled at us. "You kept the house warm," it rasped. "He taught you well." I raised the poker, though my hands shook so badly I could barely hold it. The thing's gaze shifted to the figurine. The bell rang again. It lunged. I don't remember the details clearly, only noise and chaos and my mother's scream cutting off abruptly. I remember swinging the poker and feeling resistance, like striking damp wood. I remember heat, sudden and intense, as flames burst from the tree, climbing the curtains. Somehow the house caught fire faster than it should have. Maybe it wanted that. Maybe it needed darkness and destruction as much as cold. I ran. The snow outside burned my lungs as I collapsed onto the yard. Behind me, the house roared, flames pouring from the windows. For a moment, I saw it standing inside the inferno, unbothered, watching me with that smile. Then it turned toward the chimney. The fire department found me hours later, half frozen. They never found my mother's body, said the fire burned too hot, said the collapse made it impossible. The town blamed faulty wiring. Christmas came and went. The storm cleared. Power returned. Life stumbled forward. I left Black Pine for good. Years have passed since then. I don't celebrate Christmas anymore. I avoid cold places. I live in apartments without fireplaces. I throw away any decoration with bells. Last night, my apartment building lost power. Snow fell outside my window, thick and silent, and somewhere above me, on the roof, something began to walk. Story the end. The winter I turned 32, I worked nights as a county road supervisor in northern Pennsylvania. It was the kind of job you don't think about until something goes wrong. Plows breaking down, stranded drivers, deer strikes, black ice on back roads that don't even have names. Christmas week was always the worst. People drank more, drove farther, and trusted the weather forecast like it was a promise instead of a suggestion. On December 23rd, a storm moved in fast. Not a blizzard, just steady snow and wind, the kind that erases tire tracks 5 minutes after they're made. I was alone in the office after midnight, sipping burnt coffee and watching the radio lights blink. Around 1:40 a.m., the phone rang. The caller ID didn't show a number. That wasn't unusual. Cell service out there was spotty at best. A man's voice came through, thin and strained. "My family's stuck on Miller's Ridge Road. The car slid off. We can't get traction." Miller's Ridge was barely a road, more like a cut-through state land, used mostly by hunters and locals who knew better than to drive it in winter. I pulled it up on the map. "Are you injured?" I asked. "No. Just cold, please. My kids are here." That word, kids, always did it. I told him to stay in the vehicle, keep the engine running if he could, and I'd send a plow. "We're not in the car anymore," he said. "It wouldn't start again. We're in a house. Someone let us in." That made me pause. There weren't any houses on Miller's Ridge anymore. Not since the coal company bought the land and cleared it in the late 90s. "What house?" I asked. "An old one. Lights were on. Christmas lights." The radio crackled. One of the plow drivers was already out on another call. The other two were down with the flu. That left me. "I'll come myself," I said. "Stay where you are." The line went dead. I grabbed my coat, flashlight, and the keys to the county pickup, the one with chains already mounted. Snow hissed under the tires as I headed out, the world shrinking to whatever the headlights could reach. The farther I drove, the quieter it got. No houses, no traffic, just trees bending under snow like they were listening. Miller's Ridge Road wasn't plowed often. I turned onto it and felt the truck slide even with the chains. The radio crackled again, but no voice came through. About a mile in, my headlights caught something reflective. Tinsel, twisted around a mailbox post. The box itself was rusted shut, no name on it. I slowed. Beyond it, barely visible through the snow, stood a house. It shouldn't have been there. 2 stories, narrow, with a porch sagging under the weight of snow. Christmas lights were strung along the roofline, glowing a dull yellow, some blinking out of rhythm. A plastic Santa stood half buried in the yard, its face bleached pale. I parked and stepped out. The cold hit like a slap. No footprints in the snow, except one set leading from the road to the porch. No tire tracks. "Hello?" I called. The door was already open. Inside, the house smelled like old wood and something sour underneath, like a basement that hadn't been aired out in decades. A Christmas tree stood in the corner of the living room, real, dead needles carpeting the floor. Ornaments hung low, most of them handmade, paper stars, popsicle stick frames with photos inside. The photos were all the same family, man, woman, 2 kids, different clothes, different years, always smiling, always in front of the same tree. "County roads," I said, my voice too loud in the stillness. "I'm here for the call." From somewhere upstairs, I heard a child cough. I moved toward the staircase. My flashlight beam shook, catching on peeling wallpaper and a framed certificate on the wall. A deed, dated 1978. The name at the bottom made my stomach tighten. My last name. I took the stairs 2 at a time. The bedroom at the end of the hall was lit by a battery lantern on the floor. The man from the phone sat against the wall, arms wrapped around his knees. 2 kids huddled beside him under blankets. They looked real enough. Red noses, watery eyes, teeth chattering. But the woman stood by the window, staring out at the snow. "I'm here," I said. "Let's get you out." The man looked up. His eyes were bloodshot, rimmed with exhaustion. "Thank you," he said. "He said you'd come." "Who?" I asked. The woman turned slowly. Her face was wrong, not in a dramatic way, no rotting flesh or glowing eyes, just slightly off like a photograph stretched too far. Her smile didn't reach her eyes. "The owner," she said. "He always comes." The kids started crying. My radio crackled to life on my belt. A voice came through, distant and distorted. "Any unit. Vehicle reported missing on Miller's Ridge. Family of 4, Christmas Eve 1986, never recovered." I backed toward the door. The man stood, blocking my path. Up close, I could see frost forming along his hairline, even inside the room. "You can't leave," he said, not angry, just matter of fact. "If you do, he'll take the house away again." "What are you talking about?" I said. The woman stepped closer. I smelled earth on her like freshly turned soil. "This is the only night it's real," she said. "The only night it's warm." The lantern flickered, the walls creaked. I ran. Down the stairs, through the living room, past the tree. As I yanked the front door open, I caught my reflection in the glass of a picture frame. For a split second, I was wearing clothes from the 80s. A stranger's face stared back at me, older, tired, snow clinging to his hair. Outside, the snow had deepened. My truck was gone. The house lights dimmed behind me. I heard the door close. I ran toward the road, lungs burning, feet breaking through drifts. The forest pressed in, silent. My flashlight flickered, then died. Ahead, I saw headlights. A car sat crooked in the ditch, hazard lights blinking weakly. A man stood beside it, waving. "My family's stuck," he shouted. The car slid off. I stopped. The man looked exactly like the one in the house. Younger, maybe. Less tired. "No," I said. "Turn around. Get back in your car. Don't follow the lights," he frowned. "What lights?" Behind him, down the road, the house glowed faintly. Christmas lights blinking through the trees. I heard children laughing, carried on the wind. The man hesitated. Snow gathered on his shoulders. Somewhere far away, a radio crackled, trying to warn someone who hadn't learned yet. I turned and ran the other way into the dark until my legs gave out and I collapsed in the snow. They found me at dawn, half frozen, miles from Miller's Ridge. I told them what happened. They searched the area. There was no house, no mailbox, no Christmas lights. But a week later, going through old county records, I found a photograph clipped to a report from 1986, a missing family. Their car had been found abandoned near Millers Ridge Road. Standing beside the car, barely visible in the background, was a 2-story house with Christmas lights along the roof. And in the corner of the photo, watching from the porch, was a man who looked just like me. Story the end. The snow fell thick and heavy over the small town of Ashwood, covering every roof and street lamp in a pristine white blanket. The town was quiet, save for the occasional crunch of boots on packed snow and the faint jingling of bells from passing cars. Christmas was always a quiet time in Ashwood, a place where everyone knew each other and secrets rarely stayed hidden. That year, the Martins had decided to host their first holiday gathering in their newly purchased home on the outskirts of town. John and Lisa Martin had been married for 6 years, and this Christmas was supposed to be special. They had spent the past few weeks decorating their home, stringing lights along the eaves, and wrapping the tree with sparkling ornaments. Their children, Emily, age 10, and Jake, age 6, were practically vibrating with excitement, eager to open presents and see Santa. The house smelled of pine and cinnamon, and Lisa had baked more cookies than any one family could reasonably eat. As evening approached, a storm began to roll in. The sky darkened, and the wind picked up, rattling the windows. The Martins' friends and neighbors had already begun arriving, bringing dishes to share and gifts for the children. Despite the snow, the Martin house was warm and bright, a stark contrast to the darkness outside. By 10 o'clock, the party had mostly wound down. The children were tucked into bed, giggling about the presents they hoped to find in the morning. John and Lisa sat by the fire, sipping hot cocoa and listening to the wind howl through the trees. "That storm is getting worse," Lisa said, glancing at the window. John nodded. "We're fine inside. Just makes the house feel cozier, right?" But neither of them noticed the shadow that lingered outside, just beyond the glow of the porch light. It stood motionless for hours, a tall, dark figure, barely distinguishable in the falling snow. Its presence was subtle, almost imperceptible, like the feeling of being watched from the corner of your eye. Around midnight, the children woke suddenly, screaming. Emily insisted she had seen someone in her room, a man standing over her bed, smiling. Jake, half asleep, said the man had a black coat and a red scarf, and that he whispered something about gifts. John and Lisa rushed in, finding the room empty, the blankets slightly disturbed, but nothing more. "Probably a nightmare," John said, though his voice lacked conviction. Lisa tried to soothe the children, but she couldn't shake the uneasy feeling creeping over her. She noticed something odd. A single footprint in the snow outside the window, too large and oddly shaped to belong to any neighbor or passerby. The next morning, the snowstorm had worsened. Power flickered, and the Martins were forced to rely on their fireplace for warmth. Emily and Jake were hesitant to leave their rooms, insisting that the man from the night before might return. The adults tried to dismiss it, chalking it up to overactive imaginations fueled by the storm and Christmas excitement. That afternoon, John went out to check the driveway, and he found something that made his stomach drop. Carved into the snow were words, "We're coming in." The letters were deep, precise, and impossibly fresh. Panic surged through him, and he called Lisa inside. They locked all doors and windows, but the sense of being watched only intensified. As evening fell, the power went out completely. Darkness enveloped the house, save for the flickering fire. The children clung to their parents, terrified, and John searched for the flashlight. He found it on the kitchen counter, but when he turned it on, the batteries were dead. Then they heard it, the faint sound of jingling bells, not outside, but inside the house. Soft at first, then growing louder, coming from the hallway that led to the children's bedrooms. John and Lisa exchanged a fearful glance. "Stay together," John whispered, gripping a kitchen knife. They moved cautiously toward the source of the sound, their footsteps muffled by the thick carpet. As they rounded the corner, they froze. There, standing in the hallway, was the figure. A tall man, dressed in a black coat and a red scarf, his face obscured by shadow. In his hand he held a sack, and from it came the faint jingling of bells. John stepped forward, his voice trembling. "Who are you? What do you want?" The figure didn't answer. Instead, he tilted his head, studying them, and the firelight revealed something horrifying. His eyes were entirely black, reflecting nothing but darkness. He moved closer, and the jingling grew louder, so that more deliberate, like a heartbeat. Lisa screamed, and the figure lunged. John tried to block him, swinging the knife, but his hands passed through him as if he were made of smoke. The figure vanished, leaving only the sack behind. Trembling, John and Lisa looked inside. There were toys, some familiar, some strange and grotesque, each carved with unsettling precision, faces twisted into unnatural expressions. Among them was a doll that looked exactly like Emily. Her hair, eyes, and dress replicated perfectly. The children were hysterical, screaming and crying, and John tried to gather them into his arms. But the dolls began to move on their own, crawling across the floor, their tiny mouths opening to emit high-pitched giggles that sent chills down their spines. For hours, the family huddled in the living room, trying to protect themselves from the toys that seemed alive, the whispers that filled the walls, and the constant jingling that came from the shadows. When dawn finally broke, the storm had subsided, leaving the town blanketed in an eerie, quiet snow. The Martins left their house that morning, abandoning it entirely. When neighbors came by days later, the house was empty, perfectly intact, with no signs of break-in or disturbance. But the townspeople whispered about the Martin home after that, claiming that every Christmas, strange figures were seen in the windows and the sound of jingling bells could be heard on silent nights. Years passed. John and Lisa rebuilt their lives elsewhere, but Emily and Jake never recovered from that Christmas. They refused to celebrate the holiday, and both had recurring nightmares of the black-eyed man and his moving toys. Even as adults, the memory haunted them, an indelible scar of terror tied forever to a Christmas that should have been joyous. And every December, no matter how far they moved, Lisa found small gifts on her doorstep, wrapped in old faded paper. No note, no sender, just the sense that the black-eyed man was still out there watching, waiting for another Christmas to claim. Story: The end.